So this is the resumption of the Stream 2 hearing. We're up to day 6. Nolan, is it? Welcome again. Over to you. We have your presentation. We have Mr. Kelly's speaking notes and his evidence, and looking forward to hearing what you've got to say.
Okay, so my name is Margaret Franken. You can hear me okay? So I'm just going to say a couple of words initially just to start off the presentation, and just basically frame some fairly broad issues, I suppose, concerns, and just sum up what we're looking at. And I'm sure you've read our 85-page written submission, so I don't need to go into a lot of detail. But essentially, we believe that the proposed district plan allows for the removal of too many character dwellings, and that Newtown is contributing to a relatively large area's targeted character precincts. We support the Office's S42A evaluation report, extending the character precincts from those identified in the PDP. And we thank the Council for enabling that process, and that there be an extension of the notified character precinct in Newtown to include houses on 2 sets of adjacent streets, Emmett Street, Green Street, Donald McLean Street and Normandy Street. And we've also rethought some of those things and wanting to pick up on the submissions of others around extra streets that we might want to consider there. Basically, if we're looking at targeted character precincts for Newtown, this means that when we're looking at the reduction of character precincts, overall there's a reduction, you'll know, of 307 hectares, reduced to 88 hectares. In Newtown, there's almost a 75% reduction. So this has, as you can appreciate, for citizens, for residents in Newtown, a huge impact. And if we look at that, the map there of the blue areas as compared to the broader area, we can see the extent of that reduction visually. I've also tried to sort of find a little bit around a little bit of data around population numbers. Just in terms, I think this is a little bit difficult to quantify exactly. I was looking at these particular figures for Newtown. The estimated dwellings was something like increase of dwellings 460 to 750, and the increase in estimated people was 1,215 to 1,945. And for those of us who live in Newtown, that's quite a significant number. And if we think that a large part of Newtown is actually covered by parks, by Newtown Park, Mount Albert Park, some of the town belt, but that's also the case in Mount Victoria. We've got the zoo. In Newtown North, we've got the hospital, government house, and some town belt. So some of those kinds of, I guess, protected areas, special purpose areas, such as the zoo, government house, take up a huge amount of the space in Newtown and impact on us in really good ways. But actually, I think that then we have to look at those population density figures and actually think that they're probably higher than what than the figures suggest here, because they don't take into account those particular areas. So Newtown is one of the older suburbs. It's got extensive areas of pre-1930s dwellings, and this is what our expert Michael Kelly will talk about. It's configured as many small pre-1930s dwellings with access to small private areas, or UGOS, urban green and open spaces. So this image is quite interesting in that respect. So we see these tracts of green that sit between the back of these little 1930s houses and provide green spaces. So we'd like to sort of see that these are considered as part of character. That small garden that's attached to your pre-1930s little cottage. I live in a pre-1930s cottage on 305 square metres, and my house is something like 110 square metres. But we love our green spaces, and we love that we can look across the garden into the green spaces of others, and there is a river of green spaces, if you like, that allow us to feel as if we've got some green, urban green and open spaces around us. Okay, just to remind you of what we were suggesting in our written submission. Those are the streets included in, now included in this office's section 42A evaluation report. They're listed there, and we'd like to see in those, we'd like to see the additional streets identified by Hilary Watson in her submission. There are streets not included in the S42A, but which make a contribution to primary or contributory character. Those are the streets Green, Emmett, Don McLean Street and Normanby Street. And Michael Kelly and Andy Foster's submissions both add an extra street, Lower Wilson Street and Minerva Terrace. Oops, I wanted to say briefly that there's a little comment here, just in terms of finishing and handing over to James. We want to make the statement that Newtown has diversity, and its history is informed by the stories of many diverse families, communities and ethnicities. James is going to talk about his personal history, but we know that densification impacts significantly on populations such as the Samoan community in our area. A number of Samoan families have had to leave their rented properties as these properties have become available, are being basically developed into high-rise and into apartments that they can no longer afford and aren't set up in ways that accommodate families. So, so yes, I'll hand over to James.
Just gives you more papers for you to shuffle.
Thank you.
Good morning, my name is James Fraser. My contribution to our submission is a personal story relating to the Newtown Character Precinct. I was made, born and grew up in Owen Street, Newtown. Newtown is in my DNA. Even though my career was spent working abroad, I have always regarded it as home. You can take the boy out of Newtown, but not Newtown out of the boy. Lucky me, I've landed back where it all started, back to my roots. I'm here today to speak up for character housing. What does it mean? Some say character and heritage are the same thing. For character, the dictionary states the quality of being individual in an interesting or unusual way, and strength and originality, or the distinctive nature of something. And for me, character also means making a positive contribution. When our planners devised the character precincts and the pre-1930s demolition rule, they understood that we had to protect the rug. Hang on. Yeah. Yeah. This is the rug of Newtown, which is in the valley, in the gully. So we call the rug of Newtown. And other inner suburbs from high-rise development, loss of sunlight and heritage. New developments were subject to design guides to ensure a coherent streetscape and to guarantee new construction were compatible with existing houses. Heritage is site-specific, but nonetheless, its listings are a valuable instrument for preserving the te anga of Newtown, one of Wellington's oldest suburbs. For Newtown to lose any character protections carefully put in place by our peers clearly would be a mistake. To allow random high-rise dotted through the rug, as portrayed in a council visualisation when the draft spatial plan was presented in 2020, would erode its character as shown in this simulation of the effects of shading. It's just a little video one of our neighbours made of the effects of shading of high rise throughout, throughout Newtown as it is now and as it would be if there were 6-story apartments. Yeah. The plan to reduce the character precincts by 73% would condemn Newtown houses and gardens to an adverse microclimate and diminishing character. We are grateful, however, to the council planners when they at least increased the precinct to 50% in both the final spatial plan and again recommending its reinstatement in its section 42A report. I will leave the discussion about what exactly is in and out of the zone to others more qualified who are making submissions, including my colleagues with me today. The evidence of what qualifies is there in the Boffa-Miskell report. 70% of the houses are either primary or contributory. As vital as this report is, however, it doesn't mention the crucial contribution that green areas such as front and back gardens and trees make to character areas, sadly often overlooked in this debate. Loss of sunlight to both houses and gardens and wind tunnelling would be highly detrimental. Sitting cheek by jowl on small sections, families and households enjoy the healthy benefits of sunlight on the houses, outdoor living areas, gardens and trees, which in turn can mitigate extreme weather events. Allow me to further explain how character can make a positive contribution. My father, Harry Fraser, arrived in Newtown aged 14 in 1923 when his family moved to 25 Donald McLean Street as tenants while my grandfather worked at the nearby Calvary Hospital. Harry was to spend the rest of his life in Newtown until he died aged 90 in 1998. He came out of his apprenticeship in the Great Depression in the early 1930s and started a lifelong career as an electrician, walking house to house with his tools and ladder on his shoulder. For the mid-1930s, he had saved enough money to buy a house at 108 Owen Street. Built in 1893, he proceeded to alter the house and built a garage workshop before moving in with his parents. After joining the New Zealand Air Force in World War II, he served in the Pacific Theatre until he was sent home to New Plymouth Hospital with dysentery, where luckily for me and my brothers, he met my mother, who was matron on the ward. After they married, he returned to Owen Street in 1945 to the family home and went on to raise 4 boys, becoming active in many aspects of the community, including church and school activities. Through hard work and thrift, they went on to purchase the house next door, 106 Owen Street, which he fixed up and rented out to provide an affordable housing and extra income for his growing family. His philosophy as a landlord was to provide a comfortable home below the going rate, which would guarantee happy long-term tenants. Growing up in 108 with loving parents ensured a happy upbringing for me and my brothers. A good amount of time was spent out in the community or in the backyard. Spare time was spent helping fix up and maintaining both houses and gardens. My mother, as a nurse and a caring person, was active in local support networks based around the local church of St. Thomas's. As a trained geriatric nurse, she took it upon herself to look out for elderly neighbours. One whom we knew as Miss Morpeth lived across the road at 101 Owen Street. Her father, William, had noted architect Frederick de Clare design the house, which he then had built in 1907. Miss Morpeth never married and lived there the remainder of her life, the house being converted into 2 flats in the 1940s to give her an income. Our family would help her with shopping and look after her garden, including the vegetable patch. Towards the end of her life, she sadly suffered from dementia, which required extra care and attention, which my mother did her best to provide. And when she passed away in 1968, her nephew offered to sell it to our family privately in recognition of the care and support provided to his aunt in her later years. He could see the advantages of a bigger house for a family of 4 teenage boys. After a family meeting, we agreed, and after spending a year doing renovations to the bottom flat, We moved in January 1970, just in time for my parents' silver wedding anniversary. The top flat was given to us boys as is, and we continued our teenage years there while our parents lived downstairs. After us boys inevitably flew the nest, my parents continued to live downstairs where they remained happily for the rest of their days into retirement, during which they continued to contribute to their community. My father continued to improve and maintain the properties for their tenants. And after they passed away, both houses, 108 and 101 Owen, remained in my family's ownership, initially as tenanted properties. After spending the best part of my career abroad, I have been fortunate enough to land back where it all began. My partner Biddy and I have continued where my parents left off. Since returning to live in Newtown, we've undertaken 4 restoration projects, including 108 Owen Street and both flats at 101 Owen Street. Both houses have been successfully brought into the 21st century to provide warm, dry housing and continuing productive gardens for us and our tenants. Just as I believe my parents' real character is reflected in the legacy left behind in the native timbers and gardens in 101 and 108 Owen Street. Their values centred within the family home inevitably had an impact on me, combining a solid work ethic with a responsibility to make a positive difference to people's lives and the community. They embodied the 5 R's of sustainability before it became a thing in modern parlance. To me, this is what character means, and within these precincts, there will be hundreds of similar stories from the many different nationalities and communities that Newtown is famous for. We submit that within the Newtown Character Precinct, our streets are already density done well. Most of the houses have been altered since they were built and possibly do not qualify as heritage in the strict sense of the word. But together they contribute to a cohesive streetscape, and many continue to be fixed up and renovated. Where they are beyond repair, the demolition rule applies and new housing has appeared. Under these protections and rules, Newtown can have a future carrying on making a positive contribution to character in all senses of the word. Character housing can continue to be managed and balanced with a need for development in a well-functioning urban environment. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you today. Allow me to suggest that you take a wander around the ruck of Newtown to see for yourselves what is at stake. You may be our last line of defence against a political juggernaut, possibly well-intentioned but seriously misguided. To Michael.
Kia ora katoa. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Michael Kelly. I'm a historian and heritage consultant, and I'm presenting evidence on behalf of Nolan and Upper Group 275, which I have called the Newtown Group. They don't seem to mind. As noted in my evidence, I'll skip that. I'll cut to the chase. Newtown. It's one of Wellington's inner city suburbs, laid out by William Main Smith in 1840s, a New Zealand company. Like all of Wellington's inner city suburbs, Newtown has a particular character that is derived from its aspects, topography and development. In common with most other inner city suburbs, Newtown's character is dominated by that combination of the late Victorian boarding and pre-World War II housing. There is a wide variety of housing on display, but most of it is modest in size, which reflects the predominantly working middle class people who lived in the suburb. While the suburb has certainly lost housing to commercial expansion and intensification, there are many intact streets, and in those streets are many houses that have been altered, but changes highly characteristic of Wellington's inner city suburbs, and something that is not something that we can embrace. So the Newtown Group has outlined to you their hopes for changes to the proposed district plan. based mainly around the expansion of this proposed character area to that outlined in the officer's recommended plan, which would bring in Balmoral, Buluka, Coromandel, Daniel, Harper, Lawrence, Owen and Stoke Streets. And as Margaret pointed out, they would also oversee Green, Emmett, eastern half of Normanby and Donald MacLean Streets, which I articulated the eastern half because the western half is basically gone, as heritage, possibly as heritage areas, to acknowledge the importance of those streets as early examples of Newtown's development. So my support for the group's position is based on the following points. The parameters of the character areas approved for the PDP, I'm not talking about the bottom of the report, but PDP seem to me to be arbitrary and not evidence-based. The group's position offers the opportunity to retain a larger and more coherent portion of the suburb's oldest houses. So if the character of the suburb is important, then a larger area would present that character much more comprehensively, rather than if it were fragmented or marginalised. It would help reduce the likelihood of large buildings popping up randomly in predominantly low-scale streets by confining these to particular zones. The effects of large buildings on relatively low-rise areas are obviously magnified by their anomalous size. James's great expression, the road of Newtown, which I really like, because it conveys something of the character of the area, particularly if you're standing on the western side of Newtown and looking across, has that visual effect. Well, it will offer some level of protection for that landscape characteristic, and to protect and save at least some of that seems to me to be a worthy aim. I note also the series of dead-end streets that abut the town belt, one of the most interesting features of Newtown. They do appear in other parts of Wellington because of the way that these streets rise to meet the town belt. You have a lot of those kind of juxtapositions. Well, I've used that expression, of course, to describe how houses and open space and vegetation is a quintessential Wellington experience, and it is. I support the inclusion of the 4 streets that join Riddiford Street, Green, Emmett, Normanby and Donald MacLean Streets, and as I said in my evidence, I find the exclusion of Green Street inexplicable. And I've also suggested including Minerva Street, which you probably may not have been aware of before that it was raised as an option. I should also note that many of the points that I've made here and in my submission would also apply equally to other inner city suburbs with heritage character. And I would make the point that Wellington, although may not be immediately obvious to people visiting, but Wellington's lost so much of its built heritage that most of the value of our built heritage now lies in inner city suburbs. And on the subject of built heritage, the issue of the dichotomy between character and heritage areas, and whether some of what are currently character areas in Newtown and elsewhere might qualify as heritage areas. I have proposed examples of matters that could be, in my submission, I proposed examples of matters that could be examined in Newtown in a style similar to that undertaken in Mount Victoria and Thorndon. Both of those studies I was a big part of, to help identify clusters of housing that might qualify for a higher level, a higher threshold of protection. The Newtown Group wishes to achieve a better balance between intensification and character protection in Newtown. In my view, is that character protection would help retain some of the traditional scale and grain of the suburb and the unique configuration of places that Newtown's blend of location, topography and development have produced. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. Ms. Franken, apologise for mistaking you, thinking you were Ms. Dong. Shouldn't have relied on my memory, which is a bit haphazard. And but Mr. Fraser, I certainly remember. You should like to go first.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly. Thanks for your presentation and the explanation on how you see Newtown looks like. You are telling us that there are areas, particularly Green Emmett and Norman and Donald McLean Street, that could be possibly heritage areas.
Well, that was raised as a possibility by the group and by the Newtown group, and I would agree that that is a possibility, but I would not confine my thoughts on that to just those 4 streets. But I think this is something which we're going to talk about in Stream 3.
I just want to say, I would expect you in Stream 3, and I assume that you will provide some evidence as of the value of those places to have
It's more putative than that. It's about the potential for those places to be treated as or considered to be heritage areas, because my view is you have to go into some detail to justify that, because it's a big step up from character to heritage area. But my view is those character and heritage are indistinguishable, really. Well, when someone talks about character, they're talking about heritage. So if we are intent on protection of some sort, then it would make more sense to argue for a heritage area rather than character area if the value is high enough. So that's where, in my view, that's where I lie on that. But I don't want to hang my hat on this without doing a bit of research.
Without doing the research, yeah. And if we have that in Stream 3, that's all perfect.
I think you've given us a hint.
Hold out a semaphore here.
Yes.
Got that message?
Yes. No, clear.
In your paragraph 8, you mentioned all the roads that you would like to have included in addition to the Section 42A report's amendments. Can you tell me which ones of those roads were already part of the character areas in the operative district plan, or are there any that were part, or are they all new?
They're all in. Yeah.
They were all part of it. Right, thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing you in Stream 3.
Well, can I just clarify that I will be if I'm presenting, it'll be as part of the Wellington Heritage Professionals Group, which is something else I'm involved in. Yeah.
That's so good.
Thank you.
Questions?
I'm looking forward to that too.
Thank you. One thing that we hadn't heard before was something you brought up, was this green corridor. Value of that seems to have been missed from the methodology of the character. So I hadn't heard that before, so that's an interesting. You've shown us some interesting pictures there. So what you're saying, that wasn't part of the methodology of the character precincts. It's just about the built environment and the streetscape, as I understand.
When I started doing some research, I found that the reference to the Blush and Chapman report, and they were looking particularly at the correlation between those green spaces and well-being. So theirs was a sort of slightly health-oriented, community health-oriented perspective. So that's where I found that particular construct, which I think seemed to gel for me really, really well and capture my experience of living in a little cottage, but being able to sit in a very little part of green space, but actually have a cross.
Take advantage of your neighbour's green space,
Yes.
space as well. The other thing I noticed, or have been learning through this character process, is that part of the methodology was is ensuring that there was character on both sides of the street rather than one. And I mean, I've had a good drive around Newtown, but I wouldn't say I know it as well as you guys at all. But maybe Green Street is one of those streets where character is prevalent on one side but not the other. And my understanding is that that was part of the council's methodology, was to have the both sides of the street, which ensures that streetscape. I just wondered if you or Mr. Kelly had some comment on that.
I don't think Green Street's missing one side.
It's
I'm not-
Donald
I think it's
McLean, I think.
Or maybe it's Emmett. Might be Emmett. Because Emmett's got
Either
Newtown-
either, if we sort of
It's the one that, it's basically the one that runs onto Newtown School.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Emmett.
it's Emmett Street.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's fair enough.
either either, just if you like the
Yeah,
general
yeah.
philosophy of character on one side of the street.
Yeah.
Defining that I mean, sorry, on both sides of the street would then define that qualifies, if you like, or part of the qualification. Do you have some sort of comment on that?
You want to go?
Well, you're the expert.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got an opinion about it and actually
Well, I'm happy to hear both
Yeah,
your
okay.
opinions. Yeah.
So I think the strength of that streetscape, the cohesion of that streetscape basically mitigates against the problems of the one side. I mean, I don't quite understand the rationale behind that methodology of having to have both streets. And I think one of the other things is the position of those particular streets in relationship to the main road. So that, I mean, if you're looking overseas at some particular sort of heritage areas that butt onto sort of, high traffic areas, high foot traffic areas, you've got that kind of walkable, that walkable heritage area that's really, really attractive. And I don't think it matters that it's only one side of the street. And I think also in this case, we've got a school. So, yeah. Sorry, Michael.
No, not at all. I mean, it's pretty clear that those streets have been sacrificed to provide space for apartments. They're not being analysed, it seemed to me, for the heritage value, but rather more they've been targeted because they are really close to the commercial strip. So I would be surprised if an objective evaluation of those streets did not determine that they had at least some significance, heritage significance, but I think the other factors are at play here.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Mr. McMillan?
Good morning, everyone. Sure. I guess I wanted to focus on the image that's on the board, and to a certain extent, the question I had has been already asked by Commissioner Burge. But just if I was to take an inventory of the relief that you're seeking or the position of the group, what I've written down is that the position in the Section 42A report reflects a better situation than for the group than the proposed district plan as notified is. But I've also written down could do better. And in terms of the numbers, and I know it's always a mistake to rely on the numbers, but Mr. Lewandowski in his report provided a table in paragraph 16 of all the suburbs that have character precincts. And for Newtown, the PDP as notified represented a 74% reduction from the ODP, or if you like, 26% of the ODP was carried through. In the 42A report, that reduction had reduced down to 59%. In other words, 41% of the original resource was now being protected, so an increase of 15%. So it's still less than half, and I guess that's partly where the streets on the right-hand side, Green, Emmett, Donald McLean, Normanby, and Lower Wilson and Minerva could come in to increase that even further from your perspective. Is that the case? That you?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And the question I had was it both sides of the street? I think you've answered in the affirmative. It should be both sides of the street. Mr. Kelly, I wrote down that in terms of Green Street, yeah, you said that the exclusion was inexplicable.
Mm.
Would you like to elaborate on that?
Well, what I meant was I looked at that street and thought there was really a more interesting, intact, old collection of houses, suburb, in a relatively short strip, and its proximity, and including also its proximity to the commercial hub of Newtown.
Yes.
But I could just put a caveat on that by saying I have not researched the street thoroughly. So,
okay.
But that's based on mostly on aesthetics and my judgment about the age of the house.
Yes. Would you elevate Green Street above Emmett Street, Donald McLean and Normandy Street, or are they all?
Well, I mean, I think I'm implying that it seemed hard to believe that it had been left out, but simply because it's more intact than the other three streets.
Okay. I'm just looking at the some plans that were presented by Kāinga and Nicholas Ray, the urban designer and landscape architect. I'm sure you know Mr. Ray.
No, I don't, but I can probably guess what Kāinga is suggesting.
Yeah. If I'm reading the maps correctly, the frontage of Ridderford between Emmett down to almost down to Constable being indicated as we've been requested to be a town centre zone.
Mm.
Right.
Mm.
Yep.
And to the east, a high density residential zone. Has your group is the group further submitted to Kāinga, Ms. Franken?
No. No, we haven't specifically addressed that particular issue.
No, that's fine.
I think, can I just say, I think we would certainly oppose it turning it from a local centre to a town centre.
Yes.
But-
And is that reflected in a submission, in a further submission?
To Kāinga, well, no, we haven't, not as yet, no.
Okay. Just a couple more. I'm really just trying to make sure I haven't misunderstood anything. I think Mr. Fraser, someone might have asked you, Green, Emmett, Donald McLean and Normandy, are they all fully included in the ODP, the Operative District Plan, as character areas?
Yeah. Yeah.
We've got in our original written submission, we do have all the particular houses listed, numbers of the houses, so that might be quite helpful to look at.
Okay.
And also we have photographs and some background information on each of the houses in those 4 streets.
Okay.
Oh, no, 2 streets actually. I think we did Green Street and Emmett Street, and then later added Donald McLean.
Okay. My final question just relates to the additional streets identified by you, Mr. Kelly, and Andy Foster, Lower Wilson, Minerva, and also the possibility of the one. Well, then there's any additional streets identified by Hilary Watson. I'm just wondering what the situation is there. Are you saying that Lower Wilson Street and Minerva should be character in the character precinct?
I plumped for Minerva,
Yes.
so it's just a recommendation from me, and it's not a submission from the Newtown group.
Okay.
To make it clear.
And you'd put it in the same category as Green, Emmett, Donald McLean. Do you any comment on Lower Wilson? Presumably that's come from Mr. Foster, has it? By heritage character perspective.
Yeah.
It's detailed in his submission.
Okay. We'll ask him.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just finally, just to be clear, the suggestion about Green, Emmett and Donald McLean potentially becoming heritage areas. I take your point, Mr. Kelly, that you might not be presenting on that, but Ms. Franken, is that something within the scope of your submission that you'll be presenting at hearing stream 3? It is. Thank you.
Do you need me to present something on that?
Well, put it this way, I guess it comes down to the answer that Ms. Franken gave earlier. She has an opinion. You have a qualified opinion, and that's the difference between lay and expert evidence.
Absolutely.
So, if we were to include those, we'd need an evidential basis.
Yes.
As heritage areas. And that's probably as far as I could take that, Mr. Chair.
Yes, probably wise to stop there.
you.
One of the panels giving advice to submitters.
Michael, you're high.
On that score, I'll do the picky lawyer bit. You haven't actually made a code of compliance declaration in your evidence.
My apologies for that.
And I was wondering if that was an error that you might want to remedy.
Absolutely. Would you like me to resubmit my evidence with that?
No, I just need you to tell me
That I'm complying with the code.
Yes.
As per the Environment Court code, I have. Thank you for picking that up.
That's it from us.
Yeah, you might be just want to be aware, Mr. Kelly, that code was recently updated.
Yes, sorry, yes, it was. Can I just seek clarification about that matter about those streets? And my intention is to support and submit on behalf of the Wellington Heritage Professionals Group next time, not for the Newtown Group. So how could that matter be incorporated? Because I understand from what I understand, you only want experts to submit one for one.
But the request was that we get one brief from each expert. It might be on behalf of multiple parties.
So that's possible.
But that is certainly possible. Our concern was that we don't get the same people popping up multiple times with essentially the same or very similar evidence.
Yeah. Okay.
So there's no difficulty if you have one section of evidence labelled Wellington Heritage Professionals and another section labelled Newtown Group. That's not a problem. It's just that we only want to see you once.
Understandably.
Included. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
See you again.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing you on stream 3. Over to you, Mr. Murdoch.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you again for receiving the Thorndon Residents Association this morning on this residential stream. I'm Richard Murcott, representing the association this morning. at some risk, I'm going to kick off, departing a little bit from the script. Just looking at this map, 10 minutes ago, I was thinking part of our DNA in Thorndon, New Zealand's oldest suburb, is our history and the heritage captured in our residential buildings. And our sense of place in Wellington and in New Zealand is anchored to this. It's a robust part of our sense of community and responsibility. It's part of our connectedness. It contributes to our resilience too, which is a very important attribute in this place. But a planner's pen has arrived and swiped huge chunks off the map in this proposal. Another attempt to rip into our community, its city's unique assets. I'll expand on this soon. It does make good sense to many people. It appears incongruous with the objectives for climate change, or maintaining identity, or a vibrant, livable city by design. So back to script. In this hearing stream, the association is going to focus on the orange piece in the southeastern corner of the suburb, as shown on the map. The city centre zone in this proposal has swiped a couple of other residential areas. And up until just recently, the section 42A, there was a complete dearth of character precincts qualifying matters on the southern eastern boundary of the suburb. I would also like to record that the Thorndon Residents Association supports Live Wellington, Historic Places Wellington, and others per our initial and further submissions when we highlight all those organisations. Further to, I think it was minute 10, we've deferred to stream 4 our discussions on a couple of the other character areas in our suburb. We want to highlight that the association supports the section 42A character precincts and design guides report, but recommends an expansion of the character precincts in Thorndon. The association is seeking some adjustments on the margins. We hope that the commissioners may have accepted the invitation to undertake the site visit, and thereby you may have a 4-dimensional experience of the precinct, because we're constrained to 2-dimensional this morning. Now, we'd like to highlight that temporal is a significant factor. For example, where the sun is at any point in time. As I was alluding to earlier in my departure, sometimes we don't value things enough until we've lost them. And Thorndon knows this very well. What remains is highly valued residential character and heritage. Because in the 60s and 70s, we lost so much for an urban motorway. And it's highly valued for its contribution to Wellington's sense of place and identity. Residential Thorndon, New Zealand's oldest suburb, has distinctiveness that's celebrated and woven with stories. And we see this regularly during our summer months. 2 cruise liners parked out on the port, offloading passengers. And one of the things they cherish about their visit to Wellington is a walk of the heritage trails and to appreciate the character in a residential Thorndon. The association wishes to focus on the area our visitors walk or ride between Old St Paul's and Catherine Mansfield House and Garden, right through this precinct that we're going to focus on now. The Hobson Residential Precinct. The PDP presently has this flagged as high density residential. But only 15 years ago, Boffa and the Wellington City Council carefully assessed the extent of heritage on the east bank of Thorndon, and in their map of 2008-2009, you can see Area 3. And that extent made sense to our community then, just as it makes sense to our community today. Just a reminder of the sort of difference, or really the fragmentation proposed between the operative district plan and the proposed district plan, with the additions. And the map of indicative character contribution by Boffa in 2019. As recently as yesterday, and again this morning, at our request, Wellington City Council generated some new maps. We're very appreciative of the council officers doing that too. I'd like to record that appreciation. That overlay the boundaries and help communicate the intersections between where we were 15 years ago, which is highlighted, boundaries are highlighted on that map with aerial imagery. And we have these other two maps, which hopefully you have in front of you, that try and delineate a little more clearly what's in the PDP, what's proposed, and what the association would like to see as some adjustments to the boundaries of the proposed additional character area added to the Holton precinct. As part of the journey we've been on for 2 years, last year the association undertook a project to do its own site-by-site assessment of the properties and what we celebrate in the suburb. And we have several catalogues now, and these were recorded as part of our submissions last year and in the further submissions that were made, and allows you to visit any property site by site, see photographs, see a little bit of its history, notice the heritage recognition that properties have. Some of them are properly registered heritage sites, and others have plaques from our historic society going back, started off in about 1973. Basically, what we're thinking at the moment is that the PDP was way too frugal with respect to the southeastern side of Thorndon. The association welcomes the gesture made to recognise a cluster of character heritage in the midst of this precinct, this Hobson precinct. However, other significant character and heritage examples are omitted by this particular delineation, including significant contributors on the boundary of this addition. And at this point, its boundary begins to feel a little bit arbitrary. It doesn't align with community understanding of character and heritage in this area, a continuity that we see and experience, of course, all the time. The rear properties are just as important as the ones with immediate street frontage. Oftentimes they can be clearly seen anyway by looking down wide driveways. And the oldest in our street is a rear property, and it's plaqued and recognised by the Thorndon Society. The additions we seek are all high quality wooden houses, all with stories, all part of our heritage. Any more high rises in the mix would seriously break the coherence. These images are of the houses excluded, not in the addition that's just been proposed by the Section 42. Areas left outside the added character precinct have a very high degree of coherence and or contiguity with the proposed character precinct, an extension of the margin of the character precinct eastwards, just by capturing another 5 rear parcels, as well as southward along the length of Hobson Street to and including Davy Street, would seem to our community to make huge sense. You see, it would be consistent with the definition 15 years ago by Boffin-Miskell. The Boffin-Miskell assessment classified the area south to Davy Street as character heritage in their 2008-2009 assessment. There are only 4 low-rise apartment blocks along the stretch of Hobson Street, which are not pre-1930s character. So the dominant theme is very much character. The full length of the eastern side of the street from number 64 Hobson Street southward and around the corner into Davy Street is very coherent. Around the fringe of Catherine Mansfield Memorial Park, we would support, like Live Wellington and others have, numbers 82 and 86 and 88 Hobson Street, acknowledging they're somewhat detached from the main character precinct addition. However, they visually anchor some consistency on the street. And a similar argument would apply to how to treat Lady Freiberg House in Motoroa Street, which is also near the south end of Hobson Street, near the intersection of Davies. I think I've said those things. I think the slide speaks for itself. We are supporting some improvements to improve the approach to the character precincts. Just wish to record that. I guess in closing, given the strategic objective for climate change and sustainability, and the objective to maintain a sense of place and identity via a qualifying matter called character precinct, the lack of recognition of these distinctive areas of Thorndon seems indiscriminate and out of step with the declared strategic goals. These incongruities with the PDP are troublesome. The association believes that the PDP can easily address this discontinuity, and it would be a win-win to restore alignment with the strategic objectives, appropriately rehabilitate our community and ensure a cohesiveness in the plan for Thorndon overall and for the city. In case we do have a few more slides in the slide set which you can visit, because there are 1 or 2 other things, but they may well come up in other streams. However, essentially that's the Residents Association's perspective this morning on introducing more character to an important part of our suburb in that quadrant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burkott. I should report that we have driven down Hobson Street, but because until today you haven't all managed to organise some sunshine for us, we haven't walked down it yet, but we do have it in mind to do that.
Well, I highly recommend it's the walking that adds that temporal dimension in particular, and the experience. There are things like the visual cues that you get from different elevations from a tsunami level up to the other levels on the flat and so on. So I highly recommend the walk approach. Yes, thank you.
We will endeavour to do that. Commissioner Watts?
Mr. Murcott, those lovely photos that you have shown us, are they houses that are sitting in clusters of houses, or are they single houses that are scattered around all over the place?
Some of them are immediately adjacent to the proposed addition that's been proposed by the Section 42. And some of them are a little bit disconnected, and that's hence my comments about some around Catherine Mansfield Memorial Park. But we can still, it's the visual connections as well, and keeping the appropriate size and profile of the buildings in between. Even though we've got some embassies and so on in that street, they're low profile buildings, and it speaks to me of care taken in the past by urban planners and designers who have respected this heritage of this place We've got one remarkable example that stands out, a 10-storey high apartment block, speaking to us of some of the thinking of the 60s and so on. And so we have direct experience of what happens if you mix different types of structures in that way. And now we start getting into wind effects, sunlight effects, and other things which compromise buildings that we're living in that are over 100 years old, which proves their robustness, proves their watertightness and so on. And let me add, we're utterly dismayed at how we can't build buildings anymore that are watertight, that don't need all the windows being replaced after 25 years and so on and so forth. These houses, that's the connection with climate change and carbon accounting and so on. These are very valuable buildings for these reasons.
Thanks very much.
Mr. Birch. David?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I've got some questions of clarification. So you're focusing solely on the Hobson Street area today?
Yes, Commissioner, today.
Yes.
Our submissions went much further than that,
Yes.
and some of our recommendations were accepted by the council over on the western side, near the toe of Te Maringi Hill,
Yes, I see that.
which is delightful. Thank you very much, Wellington City Council, for listening to us. But the remarkable one is a couple of residential areas which are clearly delineated, particularly on this map, marked area 4 and 5. Which are not even in residential, being the subject of today's discussion. So we understood from the minutes that we needed to come back again and have another talk about those areas.
I understand, but so what I need to understand though is what is the decision that you're asking this panel to make in relation to the eastern part of the Thorndon?
To explore whether you could consider a recommendation, if you like, from the Residents Association that the addition extent be expanded to further down Hobson Street, right down and inclusive of the residences in Davey Street.
Yes.
And then, if you considered it, our arguments worthy, or the evidence here worthy, those sort of a little bit less connected, like Lady Freyberg House, the others a little bit at the northern end of Hobson Street and a lot in fronting Catherine Manson Memorial Park. So we're asking whether you might be able to make recommendations using your considerable expertise and so on as urban planners and designers and so on, and resource management and all the other factors that go into these decisions about making communities livable and so on.
Yes.
How does our perspective as sort of lay people land at all with you as expert commissioners? And to us, you're the only body we can turn to that's independent to ask, are we being reasonable with our understanding and so on? And would you consider making a recommendation therefore on our behalf to the Wellington City Council to amend the PDP?
Okay. No, I thought that was the case. I was just wondering how that related to the bottom fiscal map of 2008 with the yellow shaded area. Was that the sort of relief that you were hoping, or is it more bespoke than that?
We now the simple thing with highlighting that map was to indicate that the conversations about heritage and character are quite mature and have been part of the operative district plan and the thinking that went back into a special heritage study done in 2008. So it was just simply saying a little bit of a surprise from us as people living in the suburb that some of those areas have been completely wiped off the map in the PDP. I mean, how could that have happened? They're the same buildings. They've, in fact, the degree of investment in them and love and care of them has only increased because of the confidence that we have as property owners and residents and so on to look after our properties. That's the kind of thing that comes from having a city that's properly designed and planned. So we can trust the operative district plan and
yes,
those are the properties.
I understand all that. I guess I phrased the question poorly. What I should have asked is, have you delineated the extent of the further increase in the character over and above the 42A that.
Yeah, well, effectively, that's the area 3 of the Boffinmer School map of 2008-2009.
Yeah, that's
So
well, that's what I asked.
yeah, so that's that would be the that would be everything we could ask for. I think you will notice if you have a look at our catalogue when we walked around, if you come to the western side of that precinct on the other side of the 3 schools, I mean most of that area is taken up with education property, 3 major schools, and where the residences surrounding it. There are some special buildings on the Murphy Street side of that precinct, but they are standing apart. And 1 or 2 of them are not even residences, like the historic hall and stuff at Thorndon School. But the old fire station and so on has 4 apartments in it. There's another 2 houses of the right era over there, but they're isolated. So we've left them out.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. The map I've got in front of you is probably a map that I've got in front of me is a map that you've probably seen, and that's the recommended additions to the precincts requested.
Well, that's that one. That's the one you're showing me there,
Yeah.
and that's what section 32 has done.
Yes.
It's added that area there, and we're saying, but we've got it'd be much more coherent. It was a lot bigger because we've got immediate neighbours that we believe qualify or should be under the qualifying matter, and then we just have to walk down the street there, and you'll see the others and the overall perspective you get with our tree-lined street and Hobson Street there and so on. It's been all about enhancing the character and heritage of that area.
Yes. Is there a case to be made in your view for a disparate increase in the character precinct as opposed to a continuous increase in the precinct? I mean, the reason I ask that is that you'll see that there's a large block that's shown as being detractive, and that's just to the south of the current boundary, fronting Hobson Street. Should that be included in the precinct?
Well, it could easily. We believe it could easily. That would be Hayward. It's very high quality apartment buildings. It's a nice residential development. It's low rise. So it doesn't detract when you're looking down the street. There's 1 or 2 others that come to mind too. That similarly, there's one as a former office building that was converted many decades ago into nice apartments also. But along with that, it sits right alongside beautiful heritage buildings, either side of it, and it has nice landscaping that fits with the what you'd expect in a sort of a character heritage area like that. So those help those detracting factors to sort of help you see the overall effect. So there are so many things that come into this, but again, the big issue is what we've got left after what Thorndon's been through. These are the best of the residential quality that we've got on this side of the suburb. We've got another factor too, which I guess something I didn't pull up, but it does come into future streams. Look at the flood map and so on. The style of these properties, the green areas that are around them and so on, are really, really important for dealing with the stormwater runoff problems that we've got. We've got streams that daylight themselves when things get bad, and now we're being told that things are going to get worse. And that's another sort of thing that we're worried about with intensification. So we've got buildings that have survived climate history, and we know how it all works, and it seems to be we can cope with it presently, but over intensify this place, and we might be doing not the best thing for the city.
Yes.
And also we're at the gateway to the city. There's another thing about our resilience planning. We've learned that we need some open spaces. We need a lesser population right where our lifelines come through and into the city. This is our staging point for rescuing the city in and out. Thorndon is right here.
Final question for me, Mr. Murcott, and something I'll check, but this block bound by Murphy and Fitzherbert and both sides of Hobson, this area that you're focusing on, was all of it identified in the operative district plan as a precinct or only part of it?
It's all in a residential. Like I think.
Understand that the way that the plan.
Yeah, I haven't got a map here of the operative district plan, but of course the American embassy is in part of the city centre, and we have the city centre going right up Thorndon Quay, which is, by the way, why we argue this is where intensification can happen, and we can preserve these culturally important parts of the city.
Yeah, I understand it's in a residential. I understood though that there was an appendix in the operative plan that defined.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
That's okay. Look, Mr. Lewandowski's online and he'll be listening. It's something he can clarify in his right of reply, and he'll also respond to the matter that you've raised today too. So in his right of reply. So
that's right. I know that there are others, like I've mentioned before. The association is totally supports Live Wellington, and presentations will be made. Mr. Foster's done some work in that regard to help support, and we support all of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murcott.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Generation Zero.
Tēnā koutou commissioners, thank you for listening to me today. As you know, I spoke on behalf of Generation Zero in Stream 1 and back for Stream 2. Just a signpost, what I want to go through you this morning. The main focus will be on character areas. But before I get into that, I want to just briefly touch that Generation Zero also supports increasing mixed use zoning, walkable catchments, by increasing the ability for low impact commercial and office space to exist in those areas. I think there's a slight oversight in the sense that we're increasing the residential population, but maybe not commensurately increasing the ability for commercial activity to meet that demand in local areas. And also support increasing height limits in some walkable catchments above the minimum MPSUD mandated 6 stories where sufficient demand exists. So I think those 2 areas have been covered well by other submitters, so I want to focus on character areas today. In general, we support the extent in the notified district plan, that is the retention of only high quality character areas, and we oppose the 42A Council's addition on a few bases. Firstly, the addition does not comply with the requirements in the MPSUD for a qualifying matter. In particular, it's not actually justified in the framework that's set out in the MPSUD, that is to look at the true cost of that extension on housing affordability, rental prices, housing quality, access to jobs and opportunities. And given the highly subjective nature of what is character and the balance to strike between affordability and retaining colonial heritage imagery, commissioners should have deference to the will of the elected councillors who notified the district plan and made the balance between those two. Whereas this 42A extension, 58% increase, was done after that balancing act was made by councillors. So as I did in stream 1, I want to provide a little bit of background, which I think informs our position and the sort of conception of the NPSUD. These character areas have been subject to enormous debate in the past few years. Generation Zero campaigned with Renters United under the campaign banner A City for People to bring a new perspective on character, and that perspective was greatly needed. The debate was previously dominated by residents' associations who fought tooth and nail to get every last house in their suburbs under these demolition controls. We brought the perspective of new residents, potential residents, young people in overcrowded flats, young families, and the environment. Some historical background. The current district plan, the operative district plan, locks in place the housing stock of the 7 inner suburbs surrounding the city centre via these 1930s character areas. These areas were Wellington's first suburbs, a fledgling city short on land, and Wellington's most infamous developer, the Wellington Company, laid out the plan to build these new homes for incoming residents after it deprived the local iwi of their land. These houses were slapped up quickly on the stolen land and famously of poor quality. In the 90s, as one of the many successive downzonings of our cities, starting from around the 70s, Wellington enacted these character areas in the operative district plan. And while it had good intentions, over the preceding 30 years, the effects have been shown to be largely negative. So what are these effects? These character areas and demolition controls have been extremely effective in preventing our most expensive, well-connected and well-served suburbs from accommodating new residents. The Herald had a good article finding that in these 7 suburbs, 94% of dwellings were effectively barred from new development. There's a good case study, the award-winning Zavos Apartments in Mount Victoria, which I'm sure you've walked past before, which went to great length and costs to fit in with the architectural style under the operative district plan, but was still notified and still pulled through an expensive and lengthy court process by the local residents association. It was one of many lessons to people brave enough to try and improve the housing stock in our inner suburbs. Don't bother trying at all. Stuff recently wrote a great article on the fact that Wellington has the worst record on home building out of the 3 major cities in the country. For the 2022 year, Auckland and Christchurch were seeing twice the number of new dwellings compared with the Wellington region as a whole on a per capita basis. But the regional numbers plaster over the fact that places like Porirua, Lower Hutt and Upper Hutt are doing the heavy lifting on new homes in the region, with Wellington City lagging behind. Lower Hutt, after passing its medium density plan change, consents around 10 new homes per 1,000 residents. Wellington City averages around 4.5, a little bit less than Dunedin. Stuff broke these 2022 building consents down by suburb. Some of the worst performers for new building consents. And these are the census areas in 2022. Mount Cook West, population 4,600, 0 dwellings. Ardo Valley, population 4,100, 1 dwelling. Thorndon, relevantly, population 4,400, 4 dwellings. And these don't even include demolition, because you don't need a building consent to get demolition. It's only new building consents. So it's conceivable that many of these character suburbs actually have a negative build rate in many years. So on the whole, these demolition controls have been extremely effective at preventing new homes being developed in these areas. And there's an imbalance between different types of heritage. Colonial character has had an outsized role in our city planning for decades. In the spatial and district plans, the heritage team and WCC have devoted hours and hours to cataloguing these villas and much less time and energy on our natural heritage or Māori heritage that these villas sit atop, covered from our view and our collective consciousness. Professor Rebecca Kittle wrote a good article at the time during the spatial plan debate about this very problem. I encourage you to read it if you haven't already. I don't think I can put it better than her, but she pointed out that, apart from the original land confiscation at the time of these suburbs, She said this in response to the advocacy of residents' associations. Quote, "Their view irks when thinking about the ways in which such protectionism, if taken to its full conclusion, results in further inequity for those in our community who struggle to find safe, warm and dry housing." Fortunately, Māori and Pacifica are overrepresented in this group. The challenge of character and planning, and you see it here in your room over the many hours and hours you've had to listen to presentations, is that well-vested interests are well heard and well represented, while the voices of new residents are barely ever heard. So for every heritage official, professional, architectural expert, character enthusiast, there are hundreds and thousands of new people, young people, families, our next top academics, business owners, innovators, artists, doctors, that are being pushed out to areas far away from transport, far away from most jobs, and forced to buy housing types that are not right sized for their circumstances. The general scarcity of housing in the region, created by the combination of low zoning in the outer suburbs and character areas in the inner suburbs, have served to push them further away from their jobs and places of work. Or, worst of all, they don't come at all, making us all worse off. The lasting legacy of character areas from the 90s is not the preservation of high quality character that could be done in a better way, like one that we've been advocating throughout this whole process. The lasting legacy is a massive contribution to the housing shortage in Wellington that we are trying to pick up the pieces of now. All in all, growing cities are dynamic. Our definition of heritage and culture changes over time. The cost of a well-intentioned regulation in the 90s has grown enormously, and we've learned from that. It's not feasible nor desirable to lock down the inner suburbs to protect the look of yesteryear. And talking about having these areas often misses the forest for the trees, in that Wellingtonians, many of them in these areas, the value to them is not necessarily the architecture, but the people that inhabit these places and the cool and interesting things they do to provide its uniqueness. And unfortunately, unaffordable and poor quality housing are driving those people away. Submissions from pro-character groups love to talk about how increasing character areas is important to remind ourselves about the past. Like we need the physical buildings to remind ourselves that yes, this once was affordable, but now it's not anymore. We chose the banner "A City for People" for our campaign because protecting buildings never keeps the same inhabitants in them in the long run, quite the opposite. A city is firstly about its buildings, and buildings are there as reminders of history, but also to actually be buildings to house people in. It's ultimately about balance. We're advocating for a point of balance on the spectrum that's different from other groups. But I'm concerned that people who are advocating for just the operative plan to be rolled over don't fully understand or have turned their minds to the costs for what they're advocating for. So before I get into the dry legal argument, I actually think a quote from the Herald Wellington reporter, Georgina Campbell, regarding her article about Wellington dying is pretty apt. The reason we have unaffordable housing now is because more housing wasn't built and planned for in the era that people are so nostalgic about. An apt background to the discussion that we're having today. So in stream one, we focused our submission on the legal framework that you should be looking at that will guide your decision through a lot of these dense and complicated factual debates. And I'll take a similar approach here. Again, the MPSUD, the MDRS are the highest planning documents to have regard to under the RMA. It has its meaning from its text, which is very directive, and in light of its purpose, which is also very clear. For example, Objective 4, said this last time, say it again, our urban environments, including their amenity values, develop and change over time in response to the diverse and changing needs of people, communities, and future generations. Policy 6, when making planning decisions, decision makers have particular regard to the planned urban built form and planning documents that give effect to the MPSUD. And those changes may detract in amenity values appreciated by some people, but improve amenity values appreciated by other people, communities, and future generations. So what this means when you look at the qualifying matter framework under the MPSUD is that the starting point is not the status quo. It's not the operative district plan. It's the enactment of the mandatory policies under the MPSUD and MDRS. That is, enable at least 6 stories in those walkable catchments. And again, to remind you, when you look at the qualifying matter, it's not a listed one. It's shoehorned in the any other matter sort of catch-all term at the bottom. And that requires this particular qualifying matter to go through the extra stringent process in clause 3.33. And you can see that requires that site-specific analysis, and in general, it's pretty onerous. A couple of extra points about 3.33. It's different from the usual qualifying matters because it makes character prove that is inappropriate, not just incompatible with policy 3C to get through the process. And that there's a focus on managing the qualifying matter. So intensification can still go ahead with qualifying matter or character present or near it, but instead it might be managed. For example, design guides or landscaping requirements, bulk and form, all the other things that don't necessarily require height limits. And I think the issue with the Council's 42A analysis is that it does the site-by-site part well, but actually doesn't go on to sufficiently assess the new additions under the qualifying matter framework. It doesn't start with that the starting point of intensification and doesn't justify those new site-by-site analysis with reference to that starting point and with reference to stringent tests set out in the legislation. For example, I'm just going to pull some parts out of the section 42A report that I think are particularly problematic. At 49 and 53, it says, I think a little bit disingenuously, it's important to note that character precincts provisions do not preclude further development and do not, and then at 53, do not freeze development potential. I think the statistics speak for themselves that some of these areas probably have a negative build rate in some years, and that there's well-catalogued examples every few years of multi-unit developments being pulled through the Environment Court at great costs. And the additions, this is at 86, say concentrated character formed by primary and contributory buildings based on the pre-1930s character area review. Now, the problem with looking at the Bosca Miskel review, and even worse to look at a 2008 review, is that that was created before the passage of the MPSUD and MDRS. It only does the first part correctly. It doesn't go on to have a look at, is this justified against the starting point of intensification? Is it inappropriate? Can it be managed instead? So really those reports only show a very small slice of the analysis. There's so much more that needs to be done. And they're actually a massive increase from the notified plan, 58%. And there's an attempt in the 42A report to justify it as not as big when you compare it to the operative district plan. And all of the percentages are based on the operative district plan. But of course, the MPSUD and MDRS say intensification is the starting point, not status quo. And when going to attempt to look at the costs and benefits of these additions, it has an incorrect view of demand and supply and the framework set out in the MPSUD. It says that the PDP has a development capacity that already exceeds the anticipated demand for housing, and therefore any reduction won't have a material effect. There's a few issues with that. That's not the analysis required under the qualifying matter framework. And secondly, trying to match the supply and demand is a woefully incorrect way of assuring affordability. You try to match supply and demand, And you get what we've been doing for the last 30 years, only drip feeding some new houses, new zoning in when council officers think that it's needed. Another critique is that this inner city land is not substitutable in the same way as the rest of the realizable capacity claimed. This inner city land is 2 to 3 times more expensive per square metre than land at the very edge of the territorial authority boundary. It's got a high price, which means it has a very high demand. Rents are a lot higher. There's other markers of that. There's overcrowding. A lot of these houses are being split up to 3 or 4 units. And also the street layout, the access to the town belt, which borders every single one of these inner city suburbs, and either Newtown or the city centre right next to the rest of them. And they all have little villages as well, often with amenities nearby. These are well-functioning urban environments. The very spot that you would want more intensification to happen. Good access to schools, transport, everything that the NPSUD has been directed at. But my most fundamental gripe with the supply and demand analysis is actually a gripe with the process starting from 2017, is that it was labelled as planning for growth. And that was the label that started. The usual naysaying voices came and doubted that growth would ever happen, that immigration and population growth wouldn't occur, and this is despite the fact that there's very good evidence that it will occur. There's also very good evidence that even without population growth, there'll still be demand for new houses. And then there's been a concern now about overzoning. But all this focus on growth, avoids looking at the past 30 years, where we have woefully underzoned and underbuilt for demand. So what you have to do is actually build enough to keep still with current and future demand, but also you need to go and address the massive 30-year hole that you have left previously from the operative district plan. It's a stock and flow problem. Your stock hasn't been growing as it should for 30 years, so therefore your flow has to account for that in the future to go and backfill the problem that we've had in the operative district plan. So that's when I take issue with, I think, the most crucial part of the qualifying matter analysis, which is you have to assess the costs and benefits against the lodestar of intensification that's in the NPSUD. And lastly, I just want to conclude on the fact that in general, and this is to do with managing the qualifying matter, there's all this discussion around stormwater, the vibe of the place, amenities, sunlight. All of these things have tools that are less blunt that we already have in the district plan that we can manage. We have recession plans. We have shading requirements. We have wind requirements. We have development contributions to pay for those extra pipes or to ensure that there are better daylighted streams. Those things already exist. And in general, we should be using the least blunt instrument to deal with the problem, rather than saying, let's reduce the height limit of an entire suburb 2 stories. That's all for my presentation. Happy for any questions.
Thank you. I'll start by saying you'll have to remind me your name because I've forgotten.
Sorry.
I certainly remember you.
Marco Garlick.
What's that?
Marco Garlick.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Gallen. First thing I should say is I think you undersold your reference to the NPSUD. We don't have to have regard to it. We have to implement it.
Yes, that is true, actually. Yeah.
In terms of you saying you need to look at the true costs in terms of, I wrote down access to jobs and affordability. I didn't get all of what you said. And you've criticised the methodology and the stuff. What is the true cost? What is the quantification of the true cost of of character areas?
I think, well, first of all, I don't think the Section 42A report, looks at the cost of the addition accurately, as I've mentioned. There hasn't been an independent economic study into the costs of these areas. But I think if you draw on work from the Productivity Commission, Infrastructure Commission, did some stuff recently in Auckland, you can see that the costs of these restrictions are enormous. And that's particularly because, and it's my gripe about, you can't say that reducing some realizable capacity in Mount Victoria is the same as adding some in Churton Park, because those are fundamentally two different bits of land with extremely different demand profiles. Now, we advocate that that all areas should be welcoming of new residents and new buildings. But fundamentally, these regulations, which I pointed out, cover most buildings in these suburbs and are extremely effective in preventing new buildings being built, are on the very land that is the highest demand in the city. And I think if you put those together, the cost is enormous.
And you said that we should have deference to the elected councillors. Do you think they undertook a detailed cost benefit analysis that you're talking about?
I think probably, I think councillors honestly take a cost benefit analysis on many things, but it's my personal opinion. But as you can see here, the value of character areas is extremely subjective. It's in the minds of our sort of collective consciousness and collective will of the people. And I think it's a little alarming that there was a couple of years of intense media scrutiny and debate where councillors ended up landing on, they took a pretty explicit decision to say, we're going to protect the high quality areas in the spatial plan. And that was what was notified. I think I would have been willing for the Section 42A report to say, well, here are some inconsistencies around the boundary, some boundary problems, maybe a little bit of an extension here, a bit of a reduction here. But to say that 58% increase on that notified plan, I think that's quite a worrying precedent to set for the Section 42A mechanism, where councillors have made that balance between what they think the benefits, which are always going to be subjective and democratically contested, are, and the costs, which we know are big. We don't know exactly how much, as you pointed out, Chair. But I do think it's worrying that in light of that tough balance to be struck, we have the Section 42A report coming in and recommending a 58% increase. I do think that's problematic.
I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions.
Sorry, I didn't get your surname.
Garlick, G-A-R-L-I-C-K.
Garlick, just one from me. What's the decision that you would want the panel to make based on your presentation?
To agree with the notified district plan character areas. I think just one thing to add on that, and this is in reference to some other submitters and also to groups like Coalition for More Homes in Auckland. I do actually think there's a open argument that character areas are not even available in qualifying matter analysis. I do think you can make that argument. Now, we've chosen during this to acknowledge that there are benefits to having these character areas and people do value them. And we wanted, and throughout the public participation process, we wanted to talk about making that balance between the two.
Yep.
And so I think the balance was struck and we're happy to stick with that.
I'm a little bit surprised at that answer. I was expecting you to say that all character areas should be deleted from the plan.
No, that's not been our position for the past couple of years.
Is there an evidential basis for the inclusion of the as notified character areas in your view?
Yes, I think they were so when the 2021 spatial plan came out, there was those sub areas, which of course were not legal or and not correct. That sort of two-toned approach.
Yes.
And councillors ended up saying, well, if you think that's high character and that's just sort of contributing or a step down, well, let's just go with the high character stuff and we can deal with the boundary issues through other tools. And that was pretty much where it landed. So I think, given all the ingredients that went into that, and I'm happy for those boundaries to shift very slightly, depending on further expert evidence, but I think that's the correct way of looking at it.
Mr. Lewandowski, the reporting officer for the 42A report, has indicated in his view that there's an evidential basis to increase the character areas from the notified plan. You've already indicated that there's an evidential basis for PDP. He's saying that there's a further evidential basis to extend that. What do you say to that?
I think that was sort of most of my presentation, but I think in general, I don't think if councillors have said we're going for the very high character areas and then you can then increase those by 58%. And then I think taking, with respect to the author, an incorrect view of how to go through the qualifying matter analysis, how to view the economic.
So you're saying that whilst there might be an evidential basis for an increase, it needs to be considered against the test of Section 77L, and particularly in terms of the impact on a matter of national direction and having regard to a cost benefit analysis.
Yeah, I think that's sort of your second stage, but I think also at the first stage, I don't buy the argument that when we've gone for very high character, that can then be increased by 58%. And I think also sort of
it'll come down to a side-by-side assessment as to whether those properties are primary or contributory, surely.
Yeah, but there's a threshold that you.
And that threshold was applied in the notified plan. Some say incorrectly.
Yeah.
There's been another look at it. Some primary and contributory properties have come into the mix on an evidential basis. What I'm hearing you say though is whether they are retained depends on that secondary step or secondary analysis as to whether that's justified in light of the intensification goals of the MPS.
Yeah, I agree. I think also looking at those maps, I think as you start to increase those areas, there is a reduction in quality of the character. The inclusion of rear sites, for example, I don't think aligns with the purpose of character areas, which is to protect the view, the vibe of the street from the footpath or from the road. And I think that, I don't buy the argument.
Well, let's take an example. You here for the previous submit?
I was for half of it. Yes.
Yeah, I mean their position is that parts of the Thorndon area around Hobson Street they support the Section 42A report for including that as an additional area of character precinct. They're predominantly primary contributing buildings. In that sense, they're no different from the primary and contributory buildings that made up the PDP notification. So what's the difference between what the PDP has proposed for that character precinct and what the Section 42A proposes? What's the essential ingredient to differentiate between the two?
I guess I'd go back to the fact that when you're looking at character, I think it's easy when you get a margin to keep pushing that out on an ad hoc basis. But when you stand back and look at them as a whole, which I think is difficult for each, people who are trying to represent their residents association, they look at each pocket and they can say, well, maybe that house contributes and maybe that one does. And I think, maybe that's justified on that side, or maybe that side, and maybe you can reach here and there and you can cobble them together and it's coherent. But I think when you stand back and you do that for every pocket in every suburb, and you come to an almost 60% increase, I think you have to question whether that threshold was set correctly in the first place.
Yeah.
And I think, and that's just the evidence part. And I think, then you get to the
I understand that.
qualifying matter part, and then you're like, okay, this is really blown out.
Put aside the percentages.
Yeah.
I mean, if that Hobson Street precinct that's shown in the 42A was included in the PDP on an evidential basis, presumably you would support that. I mean, there's no difference in terms of the nature of the contributing properties to areas that were included in the PDP. Whatever the reason for excluding it, it's not clear to me.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from, and I think it's a good question. I think the difficult thing is that threshold was set at the point of notification.
What threshold are we talking about? The evidential basis? For
yes, the evidential basis.
Yes.
And it was set there on the understanding that it would capture, X properties, the ones that were actually.
Let's say it was wrong.
What's that?
Let's say it was wrong. Let's say the threshold was wrong or applied. Let's say it wasn't wrong. Let's say it was applied incorrectly or inappropriately.
I get that. I appreciate that. I think it's just that, and this is why I'm saying that commissioners need to have some deference to council, because this is an eminently subjective exercise. The feeling you get as you walk through a street, it does have a value. You can't. It's very difficult to put a number on it or a ranking. I think other authorities across the country are really struggling with that as well. But ultimately, council looked at, well, we'll set the threshold here. We understand it's going to be applied in this way. That leads to this result, which we think is balanced, the balancing part. And I think when you come back and you question the first step of that, I think it's a bit artificial, because understanding the result was key to how that was set in the first place by council. Does that make sense?
It does. I certainly understand what you're saying about the second step in terms of applying the costs and benefits and that sort of thing. But it just strikes me that there's potentially a difference in the way the council have applied the identification of these precincts and individual properties that comprise the precincts in the notified plan. And there seems to, if we accept Mr. Kelly's evidence, that I guess the last speaker from the Thorndon Association, that if they were applying that equally, they would have included the Hobson Street precinct, regardless of the capacity issues. And you're saying it's really, we need to have cognizance of the timing that those decisions were made, the timing of the proposed plan and the timing of the 42A. And what I'm hearing is that the decision was made and it really shouldn't be revisited.
I guess it's in context. Probably the final answer I can probably give on that is that those thresholds and the way that they were calculated and interpreted and applied in an evidential way were done in the context of what's the result that's going to get. When you stand back and look at the 7 suburbs as a whole, and you look at, on an evidential basis before you get to the next stage. Okay. That was the understanding. So I think understanding that they were applied in context is useful, especially when it is so tricky for something like this, because these are rankings out of 5 or 7 or 10, and contributing primary, these are very subjective notions. This isn't a sea level rise map where MFE or NIWA will get some new data and you say, or a 1 in 100 year flood is an example, right? Where commissioners can say, well, we've got better data on 1 in 100 year flood. They didn't, they didn't take into account subsidence of Lyle Bay or something. I think this is a lot more tricky to go and revisit. So kind of,
Yep.
in conclusion, it's in context.
No, that's useful. Thanks for engaging in that. That's been a useful discussion. As I said, to Lewandowski's online. He's hopefully been diligently taking notes and listening.
Yep.
And I think we'll take that conversation up with him again at the time of his right of reply.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garlick.
You've answered my questions through your presentation and discussion. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Garlick, I've got a few for you.
Sure.
You were telling us that there's the challenge of character in planning that is actually a tension at times, and that you think that the voices of new residents and the younger people are not heard.
Mm.
Now, we've had last week a number of young people. They told us that they are very much hoping that the character areas will be at least accepted as the Section 42, because for them, they see that as their history, they see that as their base to, or as their roots, and they see that as very important for them to stay as a reminder of where we all have come from. What do you say to that when we had listened to those people quite carefully as we listened to you?
And I appreciate that view. I love walking around the city and getting reminders of history. And, you know, as you move throughout the city in a sort of spatial and temporal sense in your own life, you pick up, you know, you find little bits, a little hidden walkway here or something, and you learn more about the land that's under your feet, and that's important. And I agree with that. I think I would caution against a sort of referenda style approach, which is, if so many young people come in front of you here, I think you need to be very cautious. You know, it's sort of, you know, somewhat dreary rooms on Balcott Street where the housing crisis comes, you know, dreams of solving the housing crisis often come to die and not to be born. I think it's a very unrepresentative process. I think also you're working under a legal framework, which by definition is saying this is a nationally important goal. And I would also say that, you know, under our recommendation, the reminder of history and heritage is still retained in a high quality sense. But I think, and I mean this with respect to everyone submitting, I just don't think people understand the costs of what they're advocating for. And I think this has been seen throughout the process where Wellington heritage professionals say, just roll over from the last 30 years. There's no cost, we'll just do it somewhere else. There is a cost. It will always be a balance. And I think it's been really hard to engage in a debate where we're trying to say, let's think about the balance of these two things. And the other side says, there's no cost at all. I think it's a really difficult debate to have. And I think that the reason the NPSUD has come in is because in previous iterations of councils and commissioners and councils and commissioners, the understanding of the costs of character areas just hasn't been understood. And central government has rightly designed this document to create a process where that debate can be had in a more useful and productive way.
Thanks for that. You were telling us just before that with regards to the qualifying matters, you think that those character precincts or those character values could be managed differently. And you were saying, you know, design guides and landscaping, and it's not about restricting the height in those areas. Now, we've had yesterday Mr. Jacobs telling us that going outside of a certain height in those areas will definitely destroy the character in those areas. So we are hearing you saying, oh, that can all be done differently. And then we have experts who say, no, it can't, because the height will be a killing factor, if you want.
I think I had a lot of fun reading Mr. Jacobs's brief, and I think he was inspiration for my comment about how using physical buildings is a perverse reminder of the people that used to live in there. Like this used to be affordable was pulled straight from his in response to his brief. So I think in terms of weight, I think just have that in mind. But I think also, you know, if you look around the world, character and new buildings can coexist. Different heights can coexist. When I lived in Kelvin, I came down the cable car, and the old bank and the Aon Centre. That juxtaposition allows you to appreciate both better. There are other ways of looking at this as well, right? Where if we're really concerned about the way something looks, it means that bordering buildings can have difference to them. For example, I talked about the Zavos apartments, and if you walk up that street, you know, that does an amazing job of trying to keep, you know, it goes to enormous costs, which directly raises the price of those apartments to try fit in with the line of houses along that street. And of course, that had 18 months in the Environment Court and a good write-up about, well, they'll never ever bother trying to design an award-winning apartment in a character area again. So I think there are ways to manage it, and I think it's been unfortunate that in some ways council have focused on height limits as the only tool available rather than being more creative. And ultimately, if there is more work to be done on management, I'm sure that can be done. But it's not a sort of fait accompli that height limits are the only option.
Yeah, get that. Thank you. One last one. We were talking about well-functioning environments, and that these areas are already well-functioning environments. There are schools, there is transport, there's all the things that everybody needs. Now, if we have a relative increase in those areas, what, in your view, does that do to the currently well-functioning environment?
I think it makes it more well-functioning and it increases the function. I think also you have to take a counterfactual analysis, which is, are we going to absorb new homes and residents in the edges of our city or near the centre? And I think that, first of all, obviously, you can only conclude that closer and it's going to have less effect on things like congestion, carbon emissions, and access to jobs and amenity, because Wellington is an extremely centric city, very focused in on a single centre. But I think also, you know, you can feel that vibrancy when new people come in. When I lived in Berhampore, some new homes went up on the post office square, and you know, there was a new cafe that opened. There was the shops became more vibrant. The dairy that had been closed down there, maybe if there's more housing in Berhampore, that would turn into a Foursquare or reopen or something. I think more people will give these places a lift that they desperately need, and more affordability of places there, which has been in the news time and time again about university enrollments, nurses being able to have jobs, a teacher shortage in our inner suburbs in Wellington and across the country. And, you know, business owners on Courtney Place complaining that students don't have disposable income. I think it's probably just mostly to do with rents and obviously inflation. The vibrancy will increase, and there's the capacity there to absorb it. The town belt is an amazing asset that is in no way full. Schools have ample opportunity to expand and take new people. We have all this planned transport infrastructure that goes through all the inner suburbs, and we already have a strong culture of walking and a plan for more people to bike. That's my view.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gallagher. Yes, a very interesting discussion. Appreciate your time.
Thanks all for your time.
We'll have a break now and come back at 11:15.
Nice to see you all again. Just over to you. Okay. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you again. Before I start, just listen to that last presentation. I'm just so amazed that all the ills of the world in terms of what we're talking about comes down to heritage. That seems, so if we just get rid of all the heritage, we'll solve all the problems. I'm afraid it's a lot more complex than that. Anyway, the district plan, some of the stuff I'm going to talk about, you'll obviously be pretty well versed with, but just bear with me. The district plan reduces character protection. The inner city suburbs, including Mount Vic, to small pockets comprising 2/3 of the previously designated areas. The key reasons put forward by the council are the government mandates through MPS and MDRS that density development is required in these areas to meet expected housing demand over the next 30 years. Now, I showed in hearing one, there is more than sufficient development housing capacity in the inner suburbs for the next 30 years. I think we'd all accept that now, according to the council themselves. And no need to reduce the size of the character areas and blighting the heritage and identity that is recognisably Wellingtonian. And how the poor state of Wellington's infrastructure and lack of a concrete plan to upgrade it are at odds with widespread densification. So I further identified in session 1 as to how having sufficient housing capacity for the projected growth and the inadequate infrastructure conflicted with the council's own key strategic objectives, notably character protection, housing capacity requirements and adequate infrastructure. So I followed up my presentation in hearing 1 and I sent through a list of these objectives and the issues in achieving them, and I hope you've received them and had time to have a look through them. So I request a decision, this is just recapping on last time, to be made to increase the protection of Mount Vic's pre-1930s character precincts to 76% rather than 38% proposed. This is centrally, largely based on the Boffa-Miskell report. So in this hearing, I'll recap the Boffa-Miskell review and address the impact on housing capacity. I will describe how the resultant loss of enabled dwellings can be accommodated via an alternative housing plan for Mount Victoria and the strong public support for character and heritage. So something you'll be very well familiar with now is the Boffa-Miskell review, and just to briefly summarise that, they individually assessed every property to determine the level of integrity. In the case of Mount Vic, they found 76% of the pre-1930s properties were either primary or contributory.
So it makes sense to retain not only the primary, but the contributaries that both create that sense of character. Therefore, these areas should qualify as a qualifying matter. Of course, you know that the council commissioned that review. It was later endorsed by the council planners when they recommended increasing the size of the character areas back in June 21, as they've done recently with the section 42A. So in terms of the impact of that, the increase in character areas from section 42A to Boffa it's no more than minimal, the impact of that increase in character area. So the council's recent section 42A report has recommended an extension of the character area qualifying matters to 44%. This is overall of the operative district plan. In the case of Mount Vic, that's 55 from 36. So importantly, property economics report commissioned by the council themselves said the additional character precincts do not materially decrease the capacity sufficiency. So in my evidence, I provided further analysis which shows the additional loss of enabled dwellings in Mount Vic can be more than fully accommodated as required under section 77L C3 through a combination of building as normal, as it has in the past in the character zone, and the development of a multi-use, mixed-use Kent terrace zone. So in terms of making up that loss, an alternative Mount Victoria plan. So in December 2020, a group of residents from across Mount Vic, comprising the Residents Association, the Historical Society, and a range of concerned residents came together to discuss their concern. So their aim was to come up with a win-win as opposed to win-lawsuit solution that would better meet the needs of both Wellington and Mount Vic. Over 100 residents attended that public meeting in Mount Vic, and there was overwhelming support for the alternative housing plan. Now, there's it's a two-pronged approach. The first is in the character zone, which is essentially the majority of Mount Vic, which has quite high density in a New Zealand and Wellington sense. So what we did is we looked back over the last 30 years and to work out how many new builds have been built over that time. So there's actually 272 new builds over the previous 30 years in Mount Vic under the current operative plan. So just for estimation purpose, being conservative, we estimated, say, 200 over the next 30 years. You can see in that table, and the new mixed-use precinct, which I'll talk about a little bit next. And so that has much lower density. That's in just off Kent Terrace, home in Hania Street. It's mostly in sort of light industrial car yards, that sort of thing. And we worked out that 1,300 dwellings could go into that area, and using the council's own methodology, worked out that 247 feasible dwellings could be built. So if you look at the top of that table, that's the loss of capacity when you go from section 42A to Boffa 165, then you add back the character zone dwellings and the mixed use. So you get a surplus there of 300 dwellings. So more than making up for that loss by increasing the character zone. So just looking at that, the mixed use area is ripe for development. I think you'll be pretty familiar with the area that I'm talking about. It's currently home to car yards, pedal beaters, KFC, bars, fairly run down, has very low density compared to the rest of Mount Vic. It's walking distance to the city, it's close to mass transport routes, capacity of, as I mentioned, 1,300 additional dwellings or 2,500 people. You can see on the right-hand side the area along Kent Terrace, sort of bounded by Home and Pirate Street. And on the left-hand side, you can see a couple of mock-ups. The green space is a good mix between the old and the new, and something that would really enhance that area, be an asset for Mount Vic, it would be an asset for the city. And this is a profile through it, and you can see how there's a cross-section through the mixed use zone and the carrot area behind. The high development is in the dark blue along Kent Terrace. You can see with the higher buildings decreasing height towards the character zone. It allows for significant densification while retaining as far as possible the amenity for the residents in the character area behind. So just in summary on this, why is it better for Mount Vic? It allows for staged development rather than sort of opening everything up. It protects what the community values while providing for a fair share of the new dwellings required. So it's an elegant solution. It creates a vibrant mixed-use development in an appropriate area. It allows for more of an economical upgrade of infrastructure by concentrating it rather than trying to spread it throughout the suburb, and concentrates development adjacent to major transport routes. Also, as I may have mentioned, 60% of the residents of Mount Vic are tenants, and it's more likely that their flats will be demolished for more well-off owners. And so this helps retain those tenants in our suburb and not have to move out. And I think this is, again, something that's really overlooked here. And it's alignment with the wishes of Mount Vic residents, and it's good for Wellington. So this is the last part of my presentation around Wellingtonians' highly valued character and heritage. And I don't think this has been recognised enough in some of the commentary I've seen. So the key findings from the spatial and district plan public consultations, an independent survey, and the results of a local petition clearly demonstrate Wellingtonians' highly valued heritage and character. The protection afforded by retaining significant character areas is seen as having a positive effect on character and amenity. It provides a sense of place and identity and what makes Wellington special. And I sort of hear this argument about it being qualitative and how can we measure this? Well, you ask anyone about what New Zealander about the environment generally in New Zealand and the mountains and the lakes and the seas, and they will say that's probably one of the things they like the most about New Zealand. It's what visitors really appreciate. Well, you know what? The environment in Wellington is, to me, the built environment. So I value that in the same way. So why can't we quantify that? Why can't we say, put that up against any quantitative analysis? So now I've provided summaries and extracts of my evidence to give you a greater sense of this in those surveys, but I'll just highlight a couple of ones that were done. The first is the Live Wellington survey, which was conducted by Research New Zealand. It was an online opinion survey completed with a random sample of 406 residents back about a year ago. Importantly, I think for the survey, 50% of the respondents were renters, okay, presumably younger people. 3/4 of respondents, and this is a key result from it, 3/4 of respondents said they did not support the draft district plan's proposal to remove 2/3 or more of inner city suburbs pre-1930s protection, preferring the loss of protection to be less extreme or for the status quo level of protection to remain. So that's what people think. And that's an independent survey. It wasn't done by the council or anything like that. It was done by a well-known research company. The other is the analysis done by Global Research on the submissions to the draft district plan. And a key result relating to Mount Vic was that the bulk of submissions pertaining to Mount Victoria The bulk of submissions concern expressed about the building heights diminishing livability for residents of existing dwellings due to loss of sunlight and negative impacts on the aesthetics and character of the area. There were a large proportion of submitters expressing concern about the loss of character. So just to summarise, in conclusion, the rationale for increasing the size of character precincts in Mount Vic is compelling. You asked me when I first appeared, is how can we make changes to the government's mandated new planning rules that require densification? Well, I believe this is how you can do it, through character, capacity, constraint, and community support. Character, you have a site-by-site expert report, Boffa-Miskel, commissioned by the council, that concludes 76% of pre-1930s houses in Mount Vic positively contribute the area in which they're located, therefore qualifying them as a qualifying matter. Capacity, the council commissioned experts that concluded there is more than sufficient housing capacity under the current operative plan in the inner city suburbs, including Mount Vic, over the next 30 years. Thus, this facilitates an expanded character area. Constraint, the current poor state of Wellington's infrastructure and lack of a concrete plan to upgrade it are at odds with widespread densification. And finally, I just covered community support. There is strong community support for an alternative housing plan in Mount Vic and widespread support by Wellingtonians for character and heritage. So this allows for scope for densification while maintaining Wellington's character. And what I'd say is that is a win-win, and why shouldn't we be aiming for a win-win? Now, I just want to add one other thing. And this is something that's really frustrated me in the likes of KO and their submissions and other government departments' submissions. And what they're advocating is a very radical sort of like 10-story plus no character areas. They appear to believe the more enabled the inner city suburbs, the more dwellings will be built in the lower prices. That's, as I understand their premise. Well, this is wrong thinking. We're not talking about apples and oranges. I mean, my background is in the investment area. I know about supply and demand and the characteristics, that sort of thing. So it's a different beast than apples and oranges. Builders build to the level of demand. They don't build stuff hoping that someone's going to buy it, and they will not keep building dwellings at lower and lower prices. So their economic argument is flawed. House prices are down, as you know, house prices are down 20% in Wellington in the last year and are projected to fall further. Now, all of this has happened under the operative plan. No changes to density, no changes, all happened. So why are house prices falling if there's a shortage of houses as claimed? There isn't a shortage. Even at the highly inflated population growth figures put forward by the council, there is no projected housing shortfall over the next 30 years in the inner suburbs based on the operative plan, including the current protection. So why is KO and others, what are they trying to fix? What exactly are they trying to fix here? Sorry, I feel very impatient about that because I just know a little bit about economics.
Mr. Kelliher, I've had that discussion with Kāinga's economic advisor, put to him almost exactly the proposition you just put.
Right.
His response is, well, among other things, well, if it doesn't happen, then if these places aren't built and the capacity you allow doesn't achieve the desired result, what's the harm?
What's the harm?
Yeah, because nothing's been built, so your character is untainted.
Yeah. You know what I think? I don't think this is going to go ahead like they think at all. So I have at least thought if things don't work out for us, that the reality of the market and the reality of things is not going to be like what people think at all, because there simply isn't the demand there. And if there is demand, it's at much higher price levels. But you know what? It only takes one or two of these developments to kill character, not just next door, not just in the street, but the street over. So, you know, you only have to look at Mount Vic and see that. I think that development in Broham Street many years ago with that bloody ugly building, it went up 10 stories, it is an absolute blight. So yeah, the problem is, the reality is we're going to get nothing like what KO, etc. think we're going to get, but it only takes one or two developers to cherry pick, and we've lost so much. That's the risk.
Mr. Lodge, do you have any questions, Mr. Kelliher? No? Commissioners?
Not so much a question, but an observation. You've given us some figures about the new development in Mount Vic over the last operative plan, I presume. Is that last?
Sorry, the number of new builds that have been built.
Yeah. So, and I think you were here for most of the previous submitter.
Yeah.
And he picked the new builds in Thorndon area, which, I mean, my figures might be wrong, but they would seem to be less than 5, if you like. So I guess my point there is, you know, we all cherry pick our areas that we want to talk about, but yours is a clear example that new development has occurred in Mount Vic. Whereas some other character areas, you know, new builds may not have affected.
Yeah, I'd suggest Thorndon's probably a bit of an exception. If you look at Mount Vic, how much? In Mount Cook, for instance, it'd be more than Mount Vic. You know, a lot has gone in there. Yeah, I don't know enough about, you know, Thorndon, but I think Thorndon's probably a bit of an outlier. You only have to have a bit of a walk around Mount Vic to see how much development has gone on in that suburb, quite, you know. So again, if it's not bright, don't try to fix it. No, it's happening.
So I guess what you're saying too then is, you know, in your opinion, new development can occur in character areas. Be it sympathetic to the values that are there.
Yeah, well, it's like all of these things. You generally get a better result if you do consult people, because, you know, it's like a team approach. Everyone has different views, and so you know, like at the moment under the operative plan, there's obviously a bit more consultations, a bit more of a process, but it hasn't stopped it. It hasn't stopped developers doing that. And it's absolutely, I can't understand how people think that in any which way, whichever way this goes, you'll get affordable housing. Unless someone, the government or the council, subsidises. That's the only way affordable housing, you know, and it's not the fault. It's not the fault of character and heritage. That's the scapegoat. Simply, it's an issue of economics, of interest rates. That's what's caused this boom in housing. And that's why we're going backwards now, because interest rates are going up, not because nothing to do with heritage.
And so I just wanted to clarify, when you talk about you want the increase of character areas to 76%, that's based on the Boffa-Miskell study. So that's what they landed on, if you like. Obviously, the notified plan said one thing, the Section 42 increased those areas, but what you'd like is to reinstate the position of the Boffa-Miskell.
Well, yeah, if we're looking at facts, that was a factual report, and that should be, they did the site by site. So I think that should be the default.
Yeah, so that's the site by site analysis, if you like, and you've presented us with some figures about, the costs of, of not having those areas to develop.
The capacity
The
that is lost,
capacity.
yeah.
Yeah. So that's been interesting food for thought for us to have.
Yeah, because we're really only talking about a marginal number of houses, and the council's own economic report says that. So if you're talking about economics, that's the economic argument, isn't it? Or is someone suggesting we're going to be more houses than there is demand? Is that what someone's suggesting we're going to do? Because that seems to be what Mr. Garlick was talking about and others. That we'll just keep building houses and they'll get cheaper and cheaper and we'll all live in this great happy place. It's just not going to happen. Even KO thinks it's not going to happen, but they're still arguing for it.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Nothing from me, Mr. Kelliher, but I've taken lots of notes and I understand exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelliher. I appreciate your time again and the due diligence in giving us lots of things to think about.
Okay. Well, thank you. A very involved exercise. It sure is.
Apologies for your surname, Mr. Iopatas.
Yapos.
You care to step forward?
Thank you. As professional as the presentation Mr. Kelliher was, I'm not going to talk about generically the plan. Specifically, what you have in front of you, I think, relates to. I'll give a bit of background. I live in Mount Victoria and I'm an investor in Mount Victoria, so I care for Mount Victoria. Phil was actually my neighbour on one of my properties, and that property being 15 Pirate Avenue. And there's two aspects to why I want to be heard. One was in relation to 15 Pirate Avenue, and you should have. I wasn't going to come, so I'm just saying everything I'm talking about specific in relation to my properties. That's not in relation to the plan, the proposed district plan, draft district plan. 15 Pirate Avenue. I'm all for the preservation of the heritage of Pirate Avenue. I think it's great for the property. My only concern in relation to my property, and it's only in relation to my property, is I want to retain the ability to add, for instance, a garage, which has been, I've had a carport specifically approved in the past, but I never went ahead with it at the time. This relates back to many years. But I want the ability, because I know if I go and submit something now, you have to take into account the existing district plan, the operative plan, and the proposed draft plan, whatever you call it. And you have to take both into consideration if you put in a building consent. So that makes effectively the proposed plan is the operative plan. So I want the ability to in relation to that property, is to add a garage and do something in character with my property to add. Well, you can extend back, but potentially extend up in character with the property and maybe put in a drive-in garage, because my site is one of the best sites in Pirate Avenue because it's 450 square metres and it's, it's. I don't want to be going to resource consents to put in a garage. That is my bottom line, and I want to retain the ability in my, because a lot of other houses on the street have garages. I'm all for maintaining the look and the style of the house, but I want to have the flexibility to put in my garage and possibly do a second level extension, which is not in the pipeline, but I want to retain that in relation to my property specifically, because by not doing that and having to go down a resource consent path, it would make it extremely difficult. But yeah, that's really what I wanted to communicate in relation to that property. And I am all for the preservation of that street, because that makes it a more desirable location to live for. And but I want the ability to put in a garage without having to go a resource consent as well as a building consent. I want to be able to do it under a building consent. So that's me specifically to that. More importantly to me is in relation to another property that I'm involved with. It's 15 Brom Street, Mount Victoria. under the proposed plan, a bit of background, 15 Brom Street is set back off the street, so it's not visible, 99% not visible from the street. It doesn't impact on streetscape per se. Numbers 11, 13 and 15 are all set back in the back section that was developed about 100 years ago. Originally, that was one site. 11, 13 and 15 were one site. Now, I have recently taken control of the whole site through various entities, and it's under the controlled by 11, 13 and 15 are controlled by one party. The combined site is of 11, 13 and 15 Brom Street is 2,283 square metres. Now, that under the proposed plan, numbers 11 and 13 have been proposed to be, I think, 6 levels, whatever you call that, 6 levels. But for some reason, number 15 is for the lower level, I think, with 2 or 3 stories. I don't know what you call that. Like I say, this is all off the cuff. Now, because I have the site under control, under one ownership, I believe the rights that pertain to 11 and 13 should be the same for number 15. There is no reason for that to be held back. In terms of the neighbourhood, Claremont Road and behind, there's a massive 5-story apartment complex of about 40 or 50 dwellings in Claremont Road. I think it's number 4 or number 6. It's a massive block. So there's already a massive development built in the 1960s, I believe, maybe early 70s. But what I'm trying to say is I control a particular part of land through various entities, and 2 of them are being treated one way and the 3rd one's being treated a different way. So what I'm looking for is number 15 to be 6 stories, not the 2 or 3 stories, I think it is under, look at the plans, it's not the density. Now, it has no streetscape at the moment, it's up a private driveway, so what goes in there? You can't argue that it changes the Wellington skyline like you can for Hawker Street properties or McFarlane Street or Oriental Bay. It's set back off the street, it's set back 50 metres from the street, and there's trees and that surround it, so there's no reason why the whole site shouldn't all be 6 stories. So, yeah, that's what I'm really here to say and present, and it's in relation to, so, Phil was saying, and I kind of agree, things will grow. Interest rates drive 90% plus of everything that happens in the marketplace, no matter what government departments want to say and do. So it's, people aren't going to build 6 stories because they can. If that was the case, all of Wellington City would all be apartment buildings, but it isn't. McGuinness, they're holding back on recent projects, I understand. The ones up in around the Basin Reserve, that's all been put on hold. They couldn't get premiums for their properties at Victoria Street. So the market will grow organically. There isn't these 80,000 people coming to Wellington. I'd love to know where they're going to come from, because as you're well aware, access into Wellington is highly restricted. Our former mayor did a great thing, I think it was, who enabled flights from Singapore to come here. There's nobody coming to Wellington because you can't get here. All flights are full. I travel frequently, and you can never get a flight on a plane in and out of Wellington. So I don't know where these people are going to come from, because they're all going to end up in Auckland or Christchurch, which seems to be the place to be in New Zealand. But anyway, that's another story. I'm all for Wellington, I'm all for development, tasteful character development, particularly Mount Victoria. There's very little development in Mount Victoria at present. That's because a lot of people have converted houses back, properties back into houses and moving away from flats. But I have multiple old houses that are currently in flats. So I want, in this relation to 15 Brom Street, I want that to be 6 stories. So it's consistent with the other 2 properties I own next door. Otherwise, it's going to go against the intention of the plan, that is to provide so many people within so many walking distance of the city. All the amenities are there, bus stops, everything's there. If you're going to scale back my ability to develop number 15, well, you should reduce my rates accordingly, because you can't have 11 and 13 one and 15 another. You look at the site, it's one big site, and if they're going to come down, they're all going to come down. And the scale should take everything into account, because it's 2,283 metres. On a standalone, 15 is only 693 metres, but the total site's 2,283. I think you'll find that in my submission. I don't know how they've done it, but somehow I had 2 objections, one for 15 Porritt and one for 15 Brom, and I don't know what's happened, but it's 15 Brom, which is my major. I want to have the ability to develop it in relation to my 2 adjoining properties, 11 and 13. as one big site. So then that's going all for what the council wants, you know, all within 5 minutes walking distance. I walk everywhere. So, yep, I think that's it. Any questions?
Just looking at the map, planning map.
Yep.
And there seems to be a house between the blocks you own and, as you say, the big block on Claremont Road. So to be a back section of Marjorie Bank Street.
There's property in behind me in Claremont Grove that also accesses Marjorie Bank Street.
I see it. So yeah.
Yeah. So if you want that development, this location is probably ideal for 6-story development because it's kind of standalone. It's not surrounded and it's set back and people at some point down the track when the scheme becomes operative. But in terms of, yeah, I just want consistency with my properties. Otherwise that changes the scope of the property. And in fact, I'm not a developer, I'm an investor and I add value. You know, I want to have the ability to, you know, to market it as a 6, because that's, you know, that's what you guys want. You want 6 stories there. Well, you know, I want it for all my properties there because it's the same. It was one title at one stage, it's now been carved up into 3. And there's no real, you know, there's no real neighbours. There's a driveway on one side, Pat Lauder Close, back part of it goes into Claremont Grove, and the other properties go into Marjorie Bank Street. So it's like my own private little cul-de-sac almost. And I want to have the ability to produce something that's tasteful, and me or future developer, which is a more likely scenario, is to get the right number of units into that area.
Questions? Any questions?
I mean, if you want. Yeah.
Questions? Any questions?
Just a query.
Yep.
So I'm staring at the map too,
Yep.
wondering what I'm doing. So what's between your site that's medium density, it's called, so the less
Medium density is the one on the right, number 15.
yeah, so
And
you're,
number 11 and 13 are just 2 big villas.
yeah,
In fact, one's a big house and the other 2 are multi-unit dwellings.
yes, so
Okay,
that,
but
well,
they're all
that,
both
that-
big houses.
that
Yeah.
wasn't going to be my question,
Okay,
but
yep.
thank you. So I was wondering about in between 15 and Brougham Street itself.
There's Old Trafford Flats is in front of us.
Okay.
That's like that's 3 or 4 levels. It's I call it medium high density almost.
So
Apartment style living.
yeah, so the other reason I'm sure you're aware that area, the reason why it's medium density is because it's a character precinct.
And that's all well and good, but Old Trafford's 1940s, I understand. But 11, 13 and 15, they're all 3 old Mount Victoria villas. So you're saying 2 can become 6-story and they're right next to each other, and number 15 can't for some unknown reason, when they're all set back in a private little cul-de-sac effectively, that impacts no one around them in effect. So why is 15 being treated different from number 15? So my concern is about 15, and I'm just doing a baseline comparison to number 13 and number 11. And since it's under a controlled group, we're looking to have the rights in number 15 to be the same rights as we have under number 13 under the proposed.
No, I completely understand.
That's what we're after.
I completely understand what you're
Yep.
after.
Yep.
I guess what I was just trying to say was maybe part of the reasoning is because 15 is within a character precinct.
But so it's 13 and 11.
No, they're not. They're not in a character precinct.
Well,
But that's the difference between
it's a
15.
character precinct and it's currently sitting as 4 residential dwellings. In an old style converted flats done in the early 70s to an average thing. As the owner, my ability to unlock the value from that land is being restrained by that lower medium density classification.
Sure.
So you're saying out of my consolidated side of 2,283 metres, you're saying that 693 metres will have this classification, and therefore that part of the land will not be able to be developed in relation to the other 2/3 or 3/4 of the land. So it seems inconsistent to me because the setting is the same for all 3 properties, no matter, even though you're calling it at present as a medium density, there may be a character, though if that's the case, they're all character. You know, most Mount Victoria houses are character, very few are not character.
I guess this is, I mean, I'm just looking at maps.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
saying
No,
anything
no.
other than what's on the map. And I guess the reason for it is evidential base that the council have done.
Like I said,
So
it was one site until it was carved up into 3, and they all got equivalent properties put on there.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Alpers, when did that subdivision occur?
Oh, it would have been done around sort of 1910.
Okay.
It was one site, a homeowner bought houses, all the houses have a history. Mr. Redstone, I think it was, bought the one house, and then he built one and one for his daughter, and then as part of the church thing, and it became 3 houses over time. He just, horse stables and all that sort of thing.
No, I thought it was more recent, but no.
No. It was done about 100 years ago.
Okay, well.
And in fact, one of the things that proves it was one side is that at present, no, each driveway has different structures. It doesn't prove.
I don't think anyone's intending that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if you're wanting people to develop I'm an owner of 2,283 metres of land in Mount Victoria, which may be nothing to some people, but I think it's quite substantial. And you'd want a development to be tasteful. And, if you want people to do what you want it to do, you've got to enable them to do what they need to do. And by doing that, you're placing a restriction on that land, and that's going to make it unattractive for me and any future owner to invest any further money into part of that site, and it may actually hold back the whole site because of that.
Mr. Alpers, you've explained that. We understand.
Okay, I'd like to make my point.
we have Mr. Lewandowski, who's the reporting officer online. You've asked the question. I'm sure he'll come back to us.
But like I said, like this commissioner here says, Commissioner Burge says, on the plan it says this, and that's fine. But the reality is these 3 things line up next to each other, and they're set back, and they don't look into anyone's front yard. It's one big consolidated site, and needs to be looked at as one site and treated from a district planning perspective as one, not as 3 individual things. If they were different properties in different positions, fair enough, but they're all set back from the street, so there's no streetscape per se, which is very important in terms of retention of character and whatnot. And I'm all for retention of things that need to be retained. So that's my point. Any questions?
I think we're done.
All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks for hearing me.
Thanks for rushing in.
It's okay.
Hey, Dennis. Next, we have the Live Wellington team.
Thanks very much.
Thank
you. Kia ora koutou. Nice to be here again. Thanks very much. Jane O'Rourke here, the Main Road Ltd Wellington, and Foster's joining me after I speak to elaborate on one of the points that we're making. So I won't go too much into who we are and what we do. So in hearing stream 2, our main concern is around the character areas. We believe that character is an important part of a livable city, and that removing 71% of character is too much, as proposed in the district plan at the moment. So we are very supportive of the council staff's section 42 report that recommends a revision of that, an extension of the character areas. And the other point that I'd make is that the design guides are very important as well, and we'd like to see them remain part of the statutory provisions. So, as I'm sure many people have made the point, Wellington's character is valued by Wellingtonians and worth saving. Example here of how it's often seen as part of publicity materials for the city. So the streetscape, the view of wooden houses on the hill against the native bush is an iconic part of what Wellington, how Wellington is seen and its identity. And so it's something that we should take pretty seriously. And a point that was also made by a previous speaker is that the character suburbs, or the inner city suburbs really, are actually already pretty dense. So as you can see here, the density of people per square kilometre, that compares with, say, Auckland as a whole, or Greater Wellington as a whole, which are between 2,000 or 2,500 people per square kilometre. So in fact, these suburbs are already fairly densely populated. And what I'd sort of contend about the character suburbs is that the value of them goes beyond aesthetics. They are an example of density done well. The inner city suburbs, the sites tend to be small, compact, with small backyards. They have small setbacks from the street. They tend to be close to each other or even joined together, and they frequently or most often don't have car parks. So in some ways, this is the ideal of density done well that we're trying to get back to in this modern age that was put in place by the, I guess, the Victorians and the Edwardians when they were building, because they didn't have cars and they had a different way of living, a smaller, they were used to living in smaller houses. So this is actually an environmentally friendly way of living that's already in place, and we should value it. As previously referred to, Live Wellington conducted a survey through an external research company to see what value Wellingtonians place on character. And we found that overall, people held them in high regard. So you can see the figures here, and we did break it down by ratepayers and renters just to make sure that we weren't just capturing the views of the homeowners themselves. And whilst there's a difference, still overwhelmingly people said that character suburbs add a lot to Wellington's identity, and we should try and protect them as much as possible. And we asked the question because this is kind of an attitude that was being put about at the time. Would you say you don't care about character and heritage at all and you don't mind if these are removed? And that was only agreed to by 12%. And then 43% of people overall said they'd like a careful balance between freeing up more room for intensification and protecting character suburbs from destruction. So an even split there between those who really want to protect them and those who think a careful balance is needed. And in terms of the pre-1930s demolition rule, we asked the question around 66%. We actually, I think for some reason got that actual figure wrong, it should have been 71%. But anyway, you get the idea. We asked different levels of support. So how much protection, character protection, would you be happy seeing removed? And in fact, at the bottom you see 25% said they didn't want any character protection removed. Only 4% said they'd like all of it removed, and others were weighed in at different levels. So a much smaller amount, for example, 25%, was agreed to by 30% of respondents altogether. So you can see overall that people seem to value character quite highly. And the other point I think is worth making is that, and even according to the definition in the district plan, character does require a certain amount of it to attain the sense of character. So the definition is a concentration of common, consistent, natural and physical features and characteristics that collectively combine to establish the local distinctiveness and identity of the area and contribute to that unique sense of place when viewed by the public at large from the street or other public places. So if you don't have a lot of it, then it's just a heritage building, really. So it's important to retain big chunks of it. And I think what the proposed district plan at the moment does doesn't retain enough of it in those chunks that give you that collective sense of the area. And I'd just like to also note that we made a submission on the wording around purpose, and we were concerned that the purpose, the way it was set out in the district plan, seemed to suggest that you could have a character area that wasn't related to the age of the buildings itself. And taken to an extreme, it might suggest that you could simply replace all the buildings with sort of replicas in the modern age, and it would still be a character suburb. So I think that would be somewhat odd. So I think that the link to the age of the buildings is important to acknowledge, whilst making the point that if there are replacement buildings, then ideally they are in keeping with the older buildings that are still there. Just some pictures to give you the sense of character when seen from different angles around Wellington. So here's obviously a view of Mount Victoria, not the usual view you see, but the thing about Wellington is it's on a hill, and so you get the chance to see lots of houses. And just referring to the point made by the previous submitter, that because his houses are set back from the road, they are not part of the streetscape. I haven't examined that particular location in detail, but I think that because of the topography, we often do get a view of houses even if they aren't exactly on the street itself. So obviously some houses are quite grand, and as per the sort of Victorian way of doing things, they present a very polished and beautiful face to the street, creating that kind of uniform sense of the streetscape. But many are little cottages, and I guess this is Mount Victoria again. There's quite a variety of houses within this. Some are joined up, some are small cottages, but together, because of the common use of weatherboards, a very similar shape to the roofs, most of the roofs, and the fact that they are front facing and near the front of the section does create that common sense of character. And just reflecting on the density point, that many of them are two-storey already, which perhaps is not so common with modern buildings. This is a view that you often see on the news. In fact, whenever news reporters go to talk about housing in Wellington or housing in the country, they often pop up to the top of Parry Street and film the Apesis camera at this point. Again, reflecting this is kind of almost an iconic view of Wellington. This is Palmer Street in the Yarrow Valley, and I just chose this one because it just shows that those how the houses line up against the front of the section. And this is one of the things that people who study good urban design will point out, that if you have a really interactive front of a building, it does encourage people to actually walk. It makes the walking process much more pleasurable if you have a lot going on at the front of a building. So this is something that's already in place with character areas. And here's another view of Yarrow Valley from Apuni Street. And when you're in the valley, you really get that sense of all the little wooden buildings on the hills looking down at you. And just a couple of other shots of some nice use of colour in Apuni Street here, and beautiful detail on these character buildings.
While you're there, where are they?
Oh, sorry, this is Yarrow Valley again in Apuni Street, yeah. So I know you don't get to look at too many pictures, so I thought I'd provide you with them. Another view of Yarrow Valley, so very distinctive in the bush, wooden houses. That's along Apuni Street, but viewed from the hill. So you did get different views depending on where you are. But I think one of the distinctive things, this is looking at Marama Crescent from Devon Street or Landcross Street, looking across the valley. And this is an area that part of it was excluded from the proposed district plan character areas. But you can see that when you're looking across the valley, that's a nice streetscape as well. And I think that it is quite distinctive to Wellington that we can see so many houses. I don't feel like it's the case in Auckland or Wellington. They may have similar wooden buildings, but you don't get that same those same sort of views as you do here. This is again Yarrow Valley. Some interesting old styles here, and this one is actually Mount Cook. So I went out looking for streetscapes that from different angles that you might not necessarily appreciate day to day. Some gorgeous houses here in Berhampore as well. And this one is Queen Street back in Mount Victoria. Example of houses joined up in density there. So a bit of a romp through some pictures, but all this character, which is lovely and valued by Wellingtonians and provides us with examples of great urban design and functional density, unfortunately at risk from the proposed district plan. As you know, 71 or 72% reduction proposed. And in fact, that's huge. So we have only got 4,500 houses in the character areas in the operative plan. So that would be reduced to 1,300 houses. So pretty much an endangered species at that rate. Massive change for Wellington. And just reflecting on, I think it was in the discussion with Phil of Kelliher, what happens when you don't have these protections? You can get these random high rises popping up. This is Melksham Towers, well known in Mount Victoria. And once, I guess, you get something like this happening, it does affect the rest of the character area. And then developers will come in and go, oh, look, that's already been spoiled. So we can come in with more, can't we? So a better solution, starting point would be the Section 42 report, where the officer's recommendations for a reinstatement of around 50% character, certainly very welcome. And that was the point of view that they had put forward back at the start of the spatial plan, pretty much, and holding a consistent line there. This is a much better balance of competing interests, but we would regard this as a starting point, a minimum really, and Andy will go into some suggestions about additions that could be included. So what I guess the message is that there is, we're talking about stuff at the margins here. This will make a big difference to character in Wellington, a very small difference to capacity. So it feels like, in balance, it's something that we can do with very little impact on the overall goal of housing more people in Wellington. And I suppose that's the point, is that this district plan process is about competing interests. And we, I guess I just reflect on the fact that it's taken us 3 years to get to this point. And I'm aware that there are some submitters who are putting forward some quite radical changes at this stage of the game. And I think that it would be really untenable for Wellingtonians to see massive changes to their city, decisions made at this point in the process. It's taken 3 years to get here, and really most people are not taking too much notice of the district plan process now, sad to say. I don't think they would appreciate waking up to find that their inner city suburbs had been rezoned to 12 stories and all character areas had been removed. So I think it's worth reflecting on the democratic process as well as the legal process. I know that we're often, all of us, talking about functional, well-functioning urban environments, but it's really important to acknowledge that to get that, we need the green spaces as well as the density. We can't just encourage density and not have the other bits that go with it. And I haven't seen some of those submitters who are very keen on more density don't seem to be quite so interested in the other parts that make cities livable. So how do we get this great functioning urban environment? I think deregulate and hope is not really the right attitude. We need more deliberateness than that. So once again, I think I said this last time, a least regrets approach would be the best one. We have got the capacity we need in the district plan as proposed for the next 20 to 30 years, even with some small tweaks. If we need more, we can come back later with further district plans to make those changes. Let's not lose these wonderful character areas if we don't have to. Let's develop those areas that are crying out for development first before we turn our attention to these more precious areas. Thank you. Shall I take questions first before?
I wonder if we should hear Mr.
Yep, that's
Foster
fine,
and
absolutely.
we'll ask questions of both of you and you can fight over who answers them.
Sounds good.
Thank you. I've been asked to take a slightly different approach. You've all got my written evidence, so I haven't gone and put the pretty pictures in there because you've got the pretty pictures in the written evidence already. But look, the 4 things in particular that I was asked to look at. First of all, I just want to make some brief observations around what's driving all of this, which is population projections, the NPSUD and the Enabling Act. Secondly, I know I've listened with interest online to the KO submissions, and I know that you've been wrestling with Section 77, so I want to make some observations around that. And thirdly, where we've come to is that we are recommending the inclusion of a number of sets of dwellings in the heritage character areas which are currently excluded. We're, as Jane has said, we're supporting the officers' work in the Section 42A, but we do see that as a start point, and there are some gaps which we don't think that the evidence supports being gaps. We think that those need to be included in the heritage character areas. And finally, just a brief comment around some other areas, but the recommendations that I know you've also been wrestling with, listened into the submission that Mr. Mackay was part of, I think it was on Friday, around it's really important that the objectives, policies and rules are actually helpful if you decide that something is worth at least protecting to the degree that it needs resource consent, you actually need some objectives, policies and rules and an explanation of those to back those up. Look, just to start off with the NPSUD, RM Enabling Supply of Housing Act and the proposed district plan, they were all developed over the last 2 or 3 years, in a different context than we face at the moment. We had a situation where we had the highest 6 years in raw number terms of inward migration, net inward migration that we've ever had, and they were number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in terms of years, so significant population growth at a national level. And also we had house prices which were going through the roof. We had the expectation of population growth of between 50 and 80,000 people into Wellington City over the next 30 years. Now, all of that seemed reasonable in the context of past city growth. So past city growth is at broadly the same percentage, not quite the same numbers, but from 157,000 people in 1991 to around 215 to 220,000 today, depending on how you measure it. What I would encourage commissioners, as I've done before, is to ask officers for an updated assessment of objective population growth. And there's several reasons for this. The first one of them, obviously, COVID put the handbrake, actually stopped dead inward migration for a couple of years, and it's recovered. Last year, I think it was about 33,000 net, compared to in the order of 60,000 in the time preceding COVID. It's also possibly even more critically, it's widely accepted that COVID has brought a new phenomenon, and that's the widespread experience of working from home. And some people did a little bit of that before COVID, but the reality is that a huge number of people now have had that experience. And a lot of people have actually decided they quite like it and are continuing to do that. So that what that means sometimes is they might not come into the office at all, or they might come in 1 day a week, 2 days a week, 3 days a week, whatever it is. But it means that the tyranny of distance becomes less important. So that if you work in Wellington, it is less important to have to live in Wellington as well. So that 1 drive a week or 2 drives a week or get on the train is less onerous than it was when we had to do it 5 times a week. And I don't think that anybody is saying that that is going to change. So what that means is that people are able to choose to live in other places than they chose before. And I think you're starting to see that there are more people who choose that proportion. And the growth projections are now more to people living elsewhere around the region than just concentrating in Wellington City. So Wellington City was the fastest growing part of the region in percentage terms in the early part of the 2000s. Now the predictions are it's going to be one of the slowest parts, and all of those go together in that. The other part, of course, is there's been a huge investment in infrastructure, which actually supports that. So, the development of the Kapiti Expressway, Transmission Gully, the Otaki Expressway, all of those things make accessibility to those areas and from those areas to Wellington much, much greater. I know we've had discussion about the Johnsonville line, and there is no investment projected for that, but there is investment projected in making the train system better up the Kapiti line to Palmerston and up the Wairarapa line through the Hutt to the Wairarapa. So again, those become more attractive whether you are going to drive or whether you're going to take the train to work in Wellington on that 1 or 2 days that you choose to do it. So there is a fundamental change. The other thing I wanted to mention is that in population terms, in the last few years, New Zealand is now at less than replacement level, so less than 2.1 births per woman since about 2015. So now migration becomes almost is the main driver, whether it's internal migration or external migration. And the blunt reality is that we have no idea what strategy is going to look like on migration, probably next year, let alone 30 years' time. So we're being asked to plan the infrastructure, the transport systems, and in this case, the amount of housing in a vacuum. We have no idea what it's going to look like. We've no idea how competitive New Zealand is going to be as a market. And so these projections become very questionable. So again, I ask you to ask the officials to say, well, look, what are the projections? And more importantly, what are the assumptions behind those projections? And how robust are those assumptions behind those projections? The other part of that, of course, is that, as Jane has said, the capacity for growth, even at 50 to 80,000, which I think most people accept is probably unlikely now, it's probably at the low end of that, it's even in that range. There's far, far greater capacity that is needed. What you have is the requirement to provide for 3 years, 10 years, and 30 years growth. But that encompasses several iterations of district plans, possibly several iterations, or at least another iteration of legislation that's being contemplated. So again, it's very, very difficult to make a judgment call about how much growth is required to be provided for. What isn't in the plan really is that aspect of phasing, which is, so at the moment you're being asked to basically provide for all 30 years of growth in version 1 of the new district plan, not version 2, version 3. And rely on essentially the infrastructure provider saying, well, actually, no, we haven't got enough infrastructure to support that growth in whichever part of the city it might be that a developer proposes to develop. So the reality is that what you will get is if you enable an enormous amount of development, you will get very much a pepper pot approach to developing. And it's particularly interesting to have listened into KO, who have powers that nobody else has got to do specific development projects. And to look at areas and say, but what they've got to do is they've got to consult on those first, to be able to do coherent development in limited areas, to develop those well, so you don't have the jagged teeth of in their view, 43 metre or 36 metre building in suburban areas. You might have 1 or 2 over the space of 30 years, which are going to stick out like the proverbial sore thumb. So the question really is whether it's necessary to make a decision in this process today to provide for all of that for 30 years when you don't even know what 30 years is going to look like. Now, to the Enabling Act, I've heard you and submitters wrestling with the wording and the requirements of the Enabling Act in regards to justifying limitations on development, notably by way of heritage character areas. I would respectfully suggest to people who created both the Enabling Act and the NPSUD, given both the relatively rapid processes, that you were probably applying more time and more rigour to that argument than they did. But I'll leave that with you. In my written evidence, I've noted that the 6-storey number did not come, and the NPSUD did not come from officials, it came from politicians. Now, you've focused on the section 77J and L pathway, and particularly L77LC. I'm going to shortly take you to section 77K as well, but I first of all deal with section 77L. C1, it says site-specific analysis at the top. C1 asks for a site-specific analysis. C2 asks for a site-specific analysis. But C3, whether it's by omission or whether it's deliberate, doesn't actually include site-specific. So you've got to go back to the top of that clause to do that. And that's the clause which you've been particularly focused on. So what that seems to me to say is it rather encourages an in-the-round assessment of options. So it doesn't say because you have limited the development capacity on one particular property that you then got to do all this extensive analysis for that one particular property. But you could argue that it says that you can do that more in the round. KO was interesting, talked about a Swiss cheese approach. Now, I find that bizarre. It's because what that suggests, while I find that bizarre, I suggest this pathway could be applicable to considering how you deal with heights and densities under the MDRS or Policy 3 in those spaces. Are they appropriate or not when managing the character heritage resource? So in other words, you can actually flip the argument on its head and say, well, look, if you want to be able to develop you've got an area there where you've got buildings which are specifically character buildings, you decide they are, and you've got a new flora building which is in the middle of those areas. How do you deal with that? Do you just say, well, it doesn't matter what goes there, or do you actually say you've actually got to flip it back and say, well, it actually does matter what you do in that site in the context of the buildings which are around it, which you have decided are worthy of some form of character protection. However, I think that section 77K is the appropriate pathway. I've asked those who've been observing this process whether there's been much exploration of that, and Commissioner McMahon, I noticed that you did make one very brief, one sentence comment to KO. It was almost as though we kind of left that one aside, but I wonder whether that's actually the right thing to do. The first question is, do we have an existing qualifying matter? Well, we know that heritage is a matter of national importance. So clearly, if we determine these character areas are heritage character areas, then we do have a prospective qualifying matter. So what is an existing qualifying matter? It's clear that they are. So what it says is in A, under 77K, identify, for example, by mapping. It's clearly been done several times, multiple times. In B, specify the alternative density standards for those areas. Again, that's clearly been done. C, identify in the Section 32 report why these areas have not been have been identified in terms of qualifying matters. And I think that that's been done as well. And if it hasn't been done adequately in this process for the proposed district plan, it's been done multiple times for the operative district plan as well. So there's been a long history of assessing these areas by professional experts, as well as ground truthing that by people who actually know these suburbs and live in these suburbs. D says identify in general terms the level of development foregone under the MDRS or Policy 3. Now, I would have thought that's relatively straightforward to do if you're saying that you want to keep houses like these ones we've got there. You don't want a 36-storey house or a 36-storey building or a 36-metre building or a 43-metre building. It's pretty obvious what you forego, and then it just is a matter of applying the take-up rate that you're expecting to happen. And E, notify the existing qualifying matters in the IPI. Well, again, quite clearly that's been done. To avoid doubt, 2B says the existing qualifying matters continue to have effect as part of the operative plan. In other words, it's implicit that an existing qualifying matter must come from the operative district plan. In fact, where else could it come from, given the timing of this? Qualifying matters weren't something that anybody gave any thought to before the MPSUD. So it's only once the MPSUD came in 2020 that one could possibly have a thing called a qualifying matter. So where could that possibly be? It can only come from the operative district plan. And quite clearly, it is there. And indeed, 3 says that an existing qualifying matter, this is 77K3, says that an existing qualifying matter is a qualifying matter referred to in Section 1, in Section 1A to I, that is the operative, that is operative and in the relevant district plan when the IPA is notified. So it's in the operative district plan, and it was in the operative district plan when the IPI was notified. So absolutely clearly there are long-standing objectives, policies and rules in the operative plan which related to heritage character areas. So all that leaves us to do is to confirm that the character areas have a historic heritage basis to meet the requirements of Section 6 of the RMA, which says, and the wording is actually quite important, the protection of historic heritage from inappropriate subdivision, use and development. And it doesn't actually say it's inappropriate subdivision, use and development of that particular site. It also says anything that has context around it that has adverse effect on that heritage site. And there's one particular example that I did use, and that is the example which you may well be familiar with, which is the High Court in 2016 in the Sydney Street Substation Limited versus Wellington City Council and Equinox Capital Limited. So that's in what's now Kate Shepherd Way. You familiar with the building? So it's the old substation, which is and what happened is the council said, yep, we will allow you to develop this building, which was pretty close to the office building, which was pretty close to the much smaller heritage building. They appealed, the owners of the heritage building appealed, and the High Court said, actually, not only are we going to strike, should you've notified them, but we're going to strike the consent down as well. So they're clearly interested in the context of that heritage building, not merely what happened on the heritage building site. Back to historic heritage. It's defined in the RMA as it means those natural and physical resources that contribute to an understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and cultures deriving from any of the following qualities. And then it goes through archaeological, architectural, cultural, historic, scientific and technological. Now, I would ask you, if you walk around these suburbs, I've done now twice, once as we developed the spatial plan when I was the mayor, but also more latterly, and you listen to the people who are the local experts in those areas, they will tell you the stories behind these houses. We've been into some of those houses as well, and those are houses which the significant people in the development of Wellington City, fascinating stories, and it's much more compelling to tell a story about a house that is there as opposed to trying to tell a story with a plaque about a house that used to be there. So these houses not only represent the physical embodiment of the start of our city, built out of the timbers that used to clothe these lands, but also they tell the stories of the people who created the city. And those stories are powerful, they're valuable, and they're worthwhile. And to me, all of those things say this is historic heritage. It is telling and contributing to our appreciation and understanding of New Zealand's history and cultures. I'll jump over a little bit that I was going to say there. As I detailed in my written evidence, Council did start down a pathway at one stage of considering whether to actually say that these are heritage suburbs. So we looked at Thorndon as a heritage suburb. In fact, the assessment said Thorndon is a heritage suburb. And there's no particular reason to say that Thorndon in this is different to any of these other suburbs. They all have their own stories, their own importance, their own significance. Some are more worker areas, some are more the sort of bigger villa areas. They all tell those stories. The only reason that wasn't proceeded with was because ultimately, after feedback from the community, was we value these areas, but we don't want the onerous imposition of heritage rules per se. So saying, well, what can I do? How do I have to replace my window? Do I have to go for a resource consent to get my window replaced, or to put something on the roof for for getting the TV reception? So people didn't want to have to go through that process, and that's why we backed away from that. But the evidence was clear that there was heritage value there, not merely character value. It's heritage value which was there. I've already mentioned that I think it's important to pay attention to the surroundings, and that to me destroys the Swiss cheese approach that KO asked you to consider. Physical resources in the RMA are understood to be those which are human created as opposed to natural. So again, quite clearly, these collections of heritage character provide a highly coherent whole or surrounding, which will be significantly and permanently undermined with the coherence of the whole undermined. This is the whole reason for having these character suburbs, was coherence. So every single one of them had at least 80% or in some cases close to 90% of pre-1930s buildings. The reason we chose 1930 obviously is you then ran into depression and World War. And so then when people started building in larger numbers post-war, completely different style. So that became a really, really important, because the coherence becomes important. And to take the submitter before us's argument, while a building might not be on the street, and so in itself it doesn't have great streetscape value because you can't necessarily see it, a lot of it. If you change its height from its existing height to something which becomes very, very visible, 6 stories, or as KO would have you say, go to 12, 13, 14 stories, clearly it is going to have a significant impact on the collective whole and the appearance of that area. And in fact, in that particular case, that's the back end of Claremont Terrace, which we have particularly commented on, saying it's a bit incoherent the way in which that's been treated. There's actually a gap in a heritage building at one end, then a gap, then some other buildings which are in the character area, then some which are out. It doesn't make a lot of sense when you actually go and look at it. So coherence is critically important. The RMA says at 6.5, it's the protection of historic heritage from inappropriate subdivision, use and development. So that doesn't mean just what you do with the site itself, but it also means what you do with the neighbours. In fact, I recall that you've already said, made that observation with in respect to Plymouth House just around the corner here, to say, well, it looks a little like, I think, Mr. Chair, you said a fish out of water. So it's the tiny heritage building, listed building, with the tall towers on either side of it. That's kind of the same argument which is being made. That's the Swiss cheese argument. If that's okay, then the Swiss cheese argument of KO holds. But I don't think many people would regard that it is. And finally, the word historic is not further defined in the RMA, but is defined in the Oxford dictionaries by the adjective famous or important in history, or potentially so. Quite clearly, the collective of these buildings is important in history. Holistically, this is probably the most significant collection of Victorian and Edwardian dwellings in New Zealand. Certainly in wooden terms, I think Dunedin has a very large areas. But collectively, there is a high level of coherence, a building stock and styles of architecture that is of a period of history that tells the stories of its people and owners, which the commissioners will have heard much about. It is far, far better to tell the story of the people that own the building in front of you than to read a plaque, as I've already said, saying this interesting person lived in the house that used to stand there. It is the social history of our city's foundation. That assessment has been professionally done many times from the mid-1990s through until today on behalf of council. It's also been done by community organisations with extensive knowledge of their communities, the houses in their communities, and the stories behind those houses and their occupants over time. I laid out in my written evidence extensively the history of the development of these heritage character areas since the 1960s. I'm happy to answer any questions around those. I'm particularly familiar with the last 30 years of that story. So in my view, there is a clear logical pathway through the documents allowing decision on merit to allow and indeed require, including objectives, policies and rules in the proposed district plan to provide protection for character suburbs which have been collectively appropriately assessed as having heritage character merit. There's also a clear logical pathway for ensuring that the rules around development in their neighbourhood is managed to avoid adversely affecting this heritage character. And if I can just finish off with the extent of the character areas, this was a huge argument around the council table. In fact, the fact that the council spent so much time on such a specific issue meant that it didn't spend much time on a lot of other things which it should have done. And I think in that there was a huge missed opportunity for better governance and careful assessment of the plan, which is what was done with the operative plan, but I think has not been done as much with this plan. The operative plan, I think, was much more carefully thought through and nuanced. And that was also by politicians sitting as commissioners. I think you know which areas the operative plan provides critical protections to. You also know that the proposed district plan reduces those by some 72%, and that we're arguing for an increase. I think if we were to go beyond the Section 42 assessment of the offices, by our calculation, it's sort of around 230 to 250 additional houses to, in a sense, complete the coherence of those character areas. It's not a huge number in the context of the wider city, but it will make a huge difference for the coherence of those character areas. And if I can just finish with one last observation, and again, I'm picking on KO here because they seem to be the leaders and do anything anywhere. I would encourage commissioners to consider vulnerability to hazard. I noticed that KO wanted a much greater level of densification around the Kilburnie flat and the Miramar flat, both of which are prone to liquefaction, flooding and various other ailments, which is why they were not suggested by council for intensification. Mr Chair, I think you picked up that the infrastructure in Kura is at capacity. I suggested both transport and wastewater, and it will cost a very, very large sum to fix that, and we're talking in the hundreds of millions of dollars to do that, to cover increased growth. And you also made the observation around Johnsonville that some areas which they had suggested for intensification, the court had already said were not particularly appropriate in terms of accessibility. So there are some areas there which I would encourage you to have a good think about. And the final one is to say that I don't think that there's been much comment around trees, and that is green space in the private realm, which potentially gets sacrificed in the pursuit of densification. And I draw your attention to the recent report done by the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment to think about how those are handled. If you want a good quality living environment, if you look back at pictures of Wellington in the 1930s, 1940s maybe, the starkest thing that is there is there aren't any trees, and it looks awful. Buildings might be fine, but it looks terrible because of no trees. I think that is a really, really important thing to turn your attention to try and see how you can contemplate that. So thank you for your forbearance and happy to answer any questions.
Foster, I was intrigued by your discussion of, of genesis of the MPSUD and saying, well, that came from the politicians, not the officers, and it's disturbing that there's no consultation. And I was left thinking, well, you're telling us that central government doesn't follow the same rules as it expects of TAs. So basically, what else is new?
Well, I'm glad to have drawn it to your attention. I do recall getting the heads up on the Enabling Act some 2 hours before it was released. And I think we had 2 weeks, I think, to do all the submissions, etc. It was pretty rushed. And that was the Enabling Act. The MPSUD, again, there's a difference, quite a marked difference between the consultation document and the and what came out finally. And I suspect you would have got quite a different set of feedback had the consultation document been more aligned to what was ultimately came out.
Commissioner, do you have any questions of Lachlan or Mr. Foster?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, only that.
Only that. Ms. Lachlan, you were saying that character needs mass to retain the sense of character. How much mass do we need?
Well, I think it probably depends on the streetscape we're talking about if you're going to do it really rigorously, but certainly more than the majority, certainly more than 50% in the areas we're talking about. I think, yeah, it would be difficult to give a number. It would really depend on the site itself. But certainly the proposed district plan won't achieve it. If you look at the maps, you can see that there are little islands here and there that are not connected. The officer's proposed version is much more connected. So I think the coherence and the connection is probably the thing that is the key to it, really. If we have to have reduction of character.
How does that actually sit with, for example, Mr. Foster said the Selwyn area in Thorndon should be included, which is a little blob at the southwest end of it, which is truncated by the motorway and does not have a hell of a lot of connection with any other, like the Hobson Street one or Hoxton Street. They are all quite separated.
I think that, I guess the point is that mass is sort of part of it. The point I was trying to make is that I suppose the argument had been put forward that, oh, we're keeping character because look, here we've got these little pockets here and there, but that's not going to be enough to maintain character if we value it at all. The other part of character is the fact that, as Andy's pointed out, it is linked to heritage values and coherence. So if basing it on the Boffa-Miskell report, I think that particular area you're referring to would have those primary or contributory houses. So using that same logic, you would say that that is still a character area.
And I think if I can just follow on, I mean, obviously, if you have areas, and we're really pleased, for example, in Mount Victoria, the whole area along it's Austin Street, isn't it? That, the addition of those, otherwise you had character area, another area which looked like the same kind of character, which was out, and then another area which was in, and that made no sense, and you would then be separating two existing character areas. With the smaller areas like a Selwyn Terrace, for example, they're coherent with themselves, they've got their own value, but that while they are not connected to other areas, they're still coherent with themselves. If they would, we wouldn't be arguing for those. So, you've only got, I think, 8 or 9 houses, I think it is, in Portland, and they're all basically of much of a muchness in terms of their style, so they're coherent with themselves.
Very much.
Some of your photos showed Aro Valley. I just wanted to say that we did do a site visit, and specifically up Cooney Street, so we're well aware of the character there. I guess The other question I had was that wasn't a question, it was observation, but for Mr. Foster was, you talked about the definition of historic heritage being in the RMA. I'm just quickly trying to get the RPS up, but it's loading very slowly. But would you agree that that's further nuanced in the regional policy statement about what historic heritage?
Perhaps you could read me the observation of the RPS, because I don't have that, and I don't seem to be able to access the internet
Pretty
here.
sure it's policy 21.
Yeah, so 21 sounds familiar.
Yeah, bear with me. So policy 21 is about identifying historic heritage in district regional plans. And policy 22 is about the protection of it in the plans. Have you turned your mind to those two policies in terms of discussing about how these areas have a historic component? And I just wondered whether you'd turned your mind to those two policies in reaching that opinion about the historic content.
Well, clearly, the first thing you've got to do, you have to identify before you decide to do something with what you've identified. So, and I would suggest to you that over the period of the last 35 years or so, there's been a lot of work done to identify the heritage character of these areas. A huge amount of work has been done. And you've got the last iteration of that work in front of you. The question then is, what do you do with that? And my argument is that the RMA says that this is a matter of national importance, historic protection of historic heritage, and that these collections of buildings are, while not individually heritage listed, but they are as a collective of significant heritage importance.
So you're relying on that collective rather than the individual property.
Well, if they were individual, and I think you've heard this before, you would say, well, we want to list that building as an individual. Now, there are a few buildings which are listed there, particularly there's a few on the terrace. In fact, they're scattered around all over these areas. But it is the coherence of the whole, and as you've already observed, as you take a Plymouth House as an example, that is a heritage building, but its context is so totally changed from what it might have been in the first place. Does that heritage building read as well? I can remember other examples of, for example, Fortuna Chapel in Kura, where we had a bit of a fight to protect the context of the building, so it didn't have essentially houses surrounding the whole of it, so you didn't get the appreciation of it. So the context is important, and in the collection of these character suburbs, I think in anybody's definition they are attractive. And they are interesting, and they tell a story about Wellington City, which if they're gone, that story is gone too.
Thank you.
David?
Sort of. I mean, Mr. Foster, some interesting propositions there, particularly in relation to the alternative pathway through 77K, and the issue of heritage as a collective versus character. So something for us to think about in those two. So thank you for that. I thought the chair might ask you a question about 77K. So
well, I was expecting one.
Yes, yeah, so I might leave that. I might leave that one to you, because you're quite right. I asked KO a question on that, and they gave me an answer which you picked up on. But I'll leave that for the chair. Question that I have to you, though, is the earlier proposition you made about providing capacity in a staged or phased approach, and you made the point that all the projections are based on 30 years and capacity on 30 years, but that could involve several iterations of the district plan. I certainly accept that. I guess my question is, does the NPSUD and the enabling legislation allow us to take a staged approach?
In a sense, if I call that up, I don't take too long to answer the question, but in a sense, it kind of implies that you would do that, because it certainly has the 3, the 10, and the 30 years as the timeframes which you are enabled to consider. And it also has different levels of provision or certainty of provision for things like infrastructure, from actually being in place to, being contemplated to being funded. So there's quite a range of different approaches you can take. The council did think about that in the pre-MP, because of course council was developing its spatial plan, and then along came the MPSUD, just as the enabling. The government seemed to make an art form for releasing these things exactly at the time that the council was about to release some part of the spatial plan or the district plan. And the council's district plan was actually held back for a couple of weeks. Spatial plan was held back for a couple of weeks precisely for that purpose. But we were specifically contemplating saying, well, look, there are places which we would like to specifically target development to. And they were the areas which we thought, if you really go in there and you do it properly, you end up with something which is, the change is coherent, not merely what is there is coherent, but the change is coherent. And the areas which were focused on the Tawa, and the reason for that obviously is you've got good services, but you also got a major railway line there, and major railway line as opposed to a small one. And then Johnsonville for the town centre, not for the railway line, for the metropolitan centre, as the biggest metropolitan centre in the city. Then the central city, obvious reasons, and then the mass transit route through the proposed mass transit route. But that one would only come into play once mass transit was actually in place, because obviously there's a fair bit of water to flow under the bridge on that one. Okay. So that was the focus, and so you would then say that's the first place you go. And then there was, basically pretty much everywhere else. And then, Mr. Chair, you mentioned, as we mentioned again, Karori. There were some places which were really expensive to develop. And Karori was the one which was the worst end. And now people say you're biased because I live there. But the reality was the cost of the infrastructure per dwelling was astronomically expensive. And you kind of go, well, if you're trying to get houses, if you said to a developer, if you develop here, you're paying for the extra infrastructure you require, it's $10,000. If you develop over there, it's $100,000. If you develop over there, it's $200,000. You're setting a pretty clear market signal, because otherwise you're subsidising development, and somebody's paying, and rates aren't going down, and so it becomes very expensive. So that's effectively about efficient use of resources. It's much more efficient to try and do things in a particular place than to keep pot all over the place and suddenly find you've got to do infrastructure all over the place. That's very expensive.
Yes. Coming back to my question though, can we do anything other than the 30-year? You've said it's implied by the 3, 10 and 30 years. Is there anything else you can direct us to that would support a staged approach to intensification provision?
That's probably beyond my knowledge. I know that we did talk about that. It's one that you probably have to canvass with the planners to see if there is any other way of doing that. I mean, if you go back in the old days, you used to have deferred urban areas. It kind of sort of suggested that one day that's going to become an urban area. You could have various forms of structure plans that didn't have statutory.
Yeah,
there are a number of ways.
Can we do it?
That is beyond my ken. I don't know.
Yeah, that's beyond my understanding too.
Yeah.
That's why I've asked it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do ask questions that you don't know the answer to.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe that's something. We'll leave that with the chair, but we may need some legal advice on that.
It does seem like the government didn't take that into consideration in their MPSUD, that councils still have to afford infrastructure. So now I guess councils are looking for creative ways around it. Being forced to.
And the Enabling Act actually made that worse, because of what it basically says, it upzoned effectively the entire city, entire region. And of course that means that you've got no idea where the development's going to go. And the developer's going to come along and say, I want to develop here, and the council's going to go, yeah, but we don't have any infrastructure. So what's it going to do?
Well, the NPSUD, internally inconsistent. Who would have thought? Mr. Foster, parting shot, section 77K.
Yes.
My understanding of that, the effect of that provision, is that it applies where you have an operative plan that you seek to change through imposition of the IPI. You can take your existing qualifying matters effect as given, subject to the tests in 77K. Has the council solved the pass by notifying a complete review? That if it had just notified the IPI as a plan change on the operative plan, you could have relied on 77K, but because it's notified whole new plan, by definition, the qualifying matters in the plan are not operative.
Well, they're operative at the moment. They're operative until
No,
the plan ceases.
but not the ones in the proposed plan.
No, but they are still the ones in the operative plan. Whether you were changing a part of the plan or the whole plan, it's still operative until it ceases to be operative. Did council try and avoid that for that particular reason? No, council was already intending to do a complete review of the entire plan, and along came both the EPSUD and the Enabling Act while that was in train. Had council done it of its own accord, I mean, bearing in mind politics that go into these things, then I think you would have seen a much more directed development, and it probably a little bit more along the lines that I suggested, Commissioner McMahon, that you would have seen that deliberate drive to develop in particular places.
Okay, I think that's it from us. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will adjourn. We'll be back at 1:30. resume the hearing. We have the representatives of the Tawa Community Board.
Kia ora. So we're here with the Tawa Community Board. My name is Miriam Moore and I have
Jill Day, the Chair of the Community Board.
Jackson Lacey, current member and was Deputy Chair when the original written submission was.
Oh, so as we said in our Stream 1 submission, we've had a change of board since the written submission, so we'll do our best to keep within what was addressed and hopefully flesh that out in a way that makes sense to you. And I'll just also note that we're not going to touch on the flooding hazards that we raised in Stream 1 as well as part of the residential, our residential submission. So hopefully that's all okay and I assume taken into account.
Thank you.
But yeah, we're basically just here to say that we largely support the residential zones as they've been proposed. Of course, we hope that the integrated planning services provided by council will respond appropriately to these changes with measures such as the open space strategy to upgrade the infrastructure to make our area more suitable for housing more people when they're higher density, and they do appear to be doing that, so that is good. But our previous board requested, I think, a structure plan created by the district plan. So while we do believe, some sort of formally adopted vision or neighbourhood plan would be beneficial for Tawa's growth, considering the great uplift across our entire community, it's believed that the residential zoning strategy has responded pretty well to the existing infrastructure. The zoning clearly takes into account the rail network and the town centres. So, but there are some areas that are more underserviced in terms of amenity and accessibility, which we hope are integrated into planning strategies from other arms of council, and their planning team can respond to that. So we really understand the challenges that we face when providing the mechanism for housing to be developed without specifying where those individual developments are going to occur within the zone. And I think that's the largest concern for our community in terms of things, popping up sporadically within those zones. So the general residential zoning strategy for Tawa, we do think it's consistent with the growth outcomes and it's appropriate for our neighbourhood and our connectivity to Wellington city centre and Porirua. So I'll just go into specific comments on the specific zones. So the high density residential zone, I was reading through the section 42A report and we support that additional inclusion of a reference to the well-functioning urban environment in the introduction. I think that would be really beneficial for that holistic approach for how we develop the high density residential zone. The previous board submission raised concerns about the transition edges between differing permitted densities and not taking into account the topography. So this is to do with the transition from high to medium density, and it's strictly following what I assume are the walkable catchments rather than the topography of the land. I have an example here which I've printed off. Can I hand it out? Great. Yes, that would be very helpful. You to receive your copy, but I've circled it in red and we're looking at Rewa Terrace, which is within a walkable catchment from the Tawa train station. So that particular spot in Rewa Terrace, there's kind of an odd break in the zoning pattern visually, if we imagine that in its built form, if everything's built to the enabled parameters. So it's clearly responding to the walking catchment over a cohesive visual approach, and that section of Rewa Terrace is the only area in that western side that's on a really steep hill. So that upper height limit will be very visually intrusive compared to the surrounding high density zone within it. So there's just a few sort of things that walkable catchment approach has made some sort of strange outcomes in terms of how that's going to look from sort of the main valley of Tawa. The medium residential, we we largely support the adoption of the medium density residential standards as they've been proposed. They enable more housing than is currently prominent in our urban form and character, but we believe that this change can be best addressed by the design guides to ensure quality developments, which brings me to our final comment I want to address in this stream as the design guides. So while our previous board didn't explicitly outline in their original submission, this board believes that the status of the design guides as a statutory document will go a really long way in alleviating the concerns of our community in terms of that the amenity impact of the transitional scattered intensification that we raised in our written submission. So the Tawa Community Board supports the retention of the design guides as a statutory document. And we sort of note that many in opposition to this are developers who can often approach design of multi-unit properties with the intention of making profit over creating community. So we think that the design guides go a long way in helping with that. And so that while the new enabling rules are appropriate for creating density in the right places, Tawa being one of them, the point system in the design guide will ensure that the new developments are well considered and bring a positive change to the Tawa, both for current and future residents who will live in these. I think the design guides are high level enough to allow for a flexible design response to enable creative and unique developments while upholding a standard of livability and amenity with the new more enabling standards in the plan. They encourage high quality, high density residential development that appropriately respond to the planned form and ensuring that future residents and current neighbouring properties will have access to green spaces, light, warmth, air and so on. So it's considered that these will make the increase in density a positive thing for people in Tawa and hold developers to a high standard. So those are the key points that we wish to raise with you today. So don't quite have the planning expertise, so we'll do the best to answer any questions that you might want to throw our way based on the submission. But thank you, Ngāmihi.
Well, thank you. We understand that if you don't feel comfortable answering the question, just say so. And,
I'm happy to have a go because we are what we consider ourselves experts in our community, at least. So the planning rules.
The thing I wanted to ask you about was that you gave us this map and highlighted the area rather, as you say, rather an odd area of high density residential with medium density on three sides on Rewa Terrace. The evidence we have from Kāinga has a different approach. It has a common zoning, the length of Rewa Terrace, in fact, between Lincoln Ave and Lyndhurst, back, well, in fact, back to, is it Wilfred Street, and it's suggesting 29 metres.
Oh, yeah.
So it's kind of that area.
That area.
Yeah. And wondering if you had any views on that subject.
I think the general direction of the existing rules is the appropriate response in terms of, and this is already quite a significant change for the community. And I think focusing on, we agree with the walkable catchment approach in terms of the general direction of how this has been decided, but it's just, this was more a comment on those awkward missing teeth that it's created and sort of overall visual impact that will have. So it's more of a matter of consistency rather than creating a much higher density. In that particular area being on a mound.
You said I read the only steep, basically the only area on a steep hill.
Just in that bit.
How steep is it?
It's pretty significant.
With a cable car up there, so that gives a bit of a one of the houses has a cable car that goes up.
Can you press the mic?
Oh, just you just go closer to it.
Yeah. Sorry,
there, I know that there's one property along that street that has a cable car to get access up. So I mean, it's fairly steep. It does stand out. It stands over the shops there.
Actually, I think I have a friend who has a property there, and I think it's a 10-metre gradient from her back door to the top of her garden. 10-metre gradient across the thing, the 10-metre, yeah, increase.
Elevation difference.
Yeah, elevation increase, that's the one.
Any questions for Tawa team?
Team Tawa.
I think we're good, but thank you very much for taking the time to come and see us. We appreciate that, and comparing these maps. It's quite an interesting process.
Do we need to send any of this content in, or is that?
If you could email Jazz a copy of the electronic copy of your map.
Yep.
That would be good, but that's all we need.
Cool, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Kedgley.
Yes, sure. Kia ora koutou. Ngā mihi nui, ko su Kedgley aho. And as I say in my submission, I have served as a Wellington City Councillor, a Regional Councillor, a Green MP based in Wellington. So I've been actively involved in many district plan and local issues. In my view, the key issue to be resolved in this hearing is how to strike the right balance between inner city densification, as required by the government's national policy statement on urban development and other pieces of legislation, and along with the preservation of existing character and heritage areas in some of Wellington's oldest and most iconic suburbs, which form an important part of Wellington's history and identity. Now, some have pitched this as a sort of either-or proposition. Either you save heritage and character precincts, or you pursue urban intensification. In fact, I would argue there's plenty of land in Wellington to enable urban intensification in the central city, while at the same time retaining key character and heritage precincts that contribute so much to Wellington's history, character, cityscape and identity. Another key issue is whether heritage preservation should be focused on saving individual heritage housings and dwellings, or on preserving the existing character and heritage precincts in our city. In other words, is it sufficient to save the odd heritage house or building here and there and allow high-rise development everywhere else? If this is likely to result in heritage dwellings being pepper-potted amongst out-of-scale high-rise developments, such as the nearby beautiful heritage Bulcott Street house, which is sandwiched inappropriately between two high-rise buildings just up the road here. Now, I certainly recognise the need for more and particularly affordable houses and high-rise apartments in central Wellington. But I note that there are many sites that are ideally suited for this sort of development, high-rise development, along the transport corridors, Cambridge Terrace, Adelaide Road, Taranaki Street, Vivian Street, Tiaro Flat, Thorndon Quay. And these are the areas where urban densification should be concentrated. Also numerous vacant or underutilised commercial buildings in the central city that could be repurposed into apartment blocks. I am, however, opposed to any reduction in the number of existing character and heritage areas in the inner city suburbs of Mount Victoria, Aro Valley, Thorndon, Mount Cook and Newtown. Allowing out-of-scale high-rise buildings to be plonked in the middle of some of the oldest and most unique suburbs in Wellington, and especially in the existing character and heritage areas, would destroy the amenity value, sense of place, character and charm of these very unique suburbs. It's widely accepted that heritage areas do have a unique value and are a vital ingredient of any successful city. This is certainly the case in Wellington, and I would argue the inner city suburbs that I've mentioned are of great importance to the history of Wellington. They include some of the oldest houses in Wellington, and the densely located pre-1930s wooden villas in these suburbs constitute some of the most distinctive and attractive places to live in Wellington, which is why, of course, their property values have surged. Importantly for our discussion today, these inner city suburbs are also the most densely housed areas in Wellington, as many are built on tiny lots that would not be permitted today. So it would be foolhardy, in my view, to allow a reduction in these character or heritage areas when there are so many suitable sites elsewhere in the central city for high-rise development to occur. And I'd go further and suggest that allowing the adoption of new rules that would enable the widespread demolition of pre-1930s wooden villas in these historic suburbs and a 70% reduction in the number of character precincts in Wellington would be to destroy part of the history, fabric and soul of our city. And I'm certain that future generations would look back upon such destruction with great regret as an example of urban vandalism. This is particularly the case when there is absolutely no guarantee that allowing for the demolition of these unique areas of Wellington would result in affordable housing in these areas, as the cost of land in these very livable suburbs is too high to make them suitable sites for affordable high-rise development. To highlight the heritage value, special charm and character of these inner city suburbs, I'd like to quote from the Wellington City Council's report into the heritage value of Mount Victoria, entitled Mount Victoria Heritage Study Report 2017. I'm assuming you would already have access to that report. If not, I could send it in. Anyway, the report notes that the Mount Victoria is a suburb of great importance to the history of Wellington. Established within the first few decades of Wellington's founding, the suburb is home to places and areas of architectural and historical values and contains a high proportion of its original buildings. It further notes that it's significant as a reasonably intact large area, which is characteristic of the early development of Wellington's residential areas, and that the consistency and similarity of building types, scales and distinctive patterns gives Mount Victoria visual unity and coherence. In other words, that the whole, it is the value it's pointing out of the whole precinct, the historic precinct and character precincts, not just individual dwellings. It considers the north character area of Mount Victoria to be especially important to the city because it covers an area of high visual appeal, particularly when viewed from the city and the harbour. It is characteristic of Wellington's residential environment of closely packed hillside housing, enhanced by the prominence of St Gerard's Monastery. And actually, thinking about it, whenever you see photos of Wellington on television, you almost always see these densely packed hillside housing in Mount Victoria referenced as part of Wellington's identity. The report's conclusion that Mount Victoria is important and valuable to Wellington's history and sense of place could apply equally to other inner city suburbs like Thorndon, Aro Valley, Newtown and Mount Cook. I'd also note that from a climate change perspective, there are significant advantages to retaining and retrofitting existing heritage housing, providing that they're properly insulated and meet national insulation standards. Older wooden houses are typically low impact and human scale in design, and there are substantial savings to be made in waste, demolition and construction costs by retrofitting these houses rather than demolishing them. When properly renovated and retrofitted, older wooden houses typically use less energy than high-rise glass and concrete buildings that require air conditioning, central heating, and often all-day lighting. Another climate change concern is that high-rise buildings typically result in loss of sunlight and shadowing to neighbouring dwellings, which in turn results in increased heating costs in those dwellings. Other points that need to be considered are whether it is wise to facilitate high-rise apartments in inner city Wellington when it's so prone to earthquakes. Also, whether there's adequate water, wastewater and sewerage infrastructure to enable high-rise developments in these areas. I'd recommend that infrastructure development be incentivised along the transport routes of Cambridge and Kent Terrace, Adelaide Road, etc., to encourage high-rise development in these areas. So in conclusion, I would appeal to commissioners not to allow the removal of existing inner city character or heritage areas that are contained in Wellington City's district plan. Wellington's requirements for additional housing can be met by concentrating intensive development in the central city and around the main transport routes. I therefore propose existing character areas be retained and wherever possible extended, and that high-rise development is concentrated in the central business district and on the main arterial routes in Wellington City. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kedgley. I'll just ask my colleagues if they have any questions.
Ms. Kedgley, you are asking for the character areas and heritage precincts. First of all, you do realise that there is a distinction between character areas.
I do indeed.
Yeah. But what is it that you seek in particular? Is it the Section 42A report extent, or is it more than that? Is it what is in the operative district plan right now? What exactly is it that you are seeking to be protected?
Well, I'm seeking to protect the character areas that already exist. My understanding is that the effect of the new, whatever it's called, the policy statement and the amended legislation would be or could be to allow for the destruction of 70% of the character areas in Wellington. So I'm opposed to that.
Yeah. So you're talking about what is in the operative district plan at present?
Yeah, I would like retention of that.
Great, thank you.
Actually, I'd like to see an extension of those character areas, but I suspect that's not possible in the current climate.
Not really, I don't think, but that's a different matter altogether.
Yeah.
That's it for me.
Questions?
Thank you.
Question now.
I just recorded that last. Thank you, Ms. Kedgley. Nothing further for me.
Right. Thank you very much.
Likewise. Thank you. I have the forces of central government. My usual acute sense of observation, I detect that you are not Mr. Cameron.
That is correct. Kia ora koutou. My name is Fiona McCarthy. Our legal counsel, Mr. Cameron, will be appearing online today, but he's been struck down by a nasty cold. So I'll do my best to talk you through the key points from our legal submission and answer any questions you might have. Mr. Cameron will be available, if possible, online if he's up to it to answer any questions, but he's happy to follow up any answers afterwards by email, or if a separate session is required, he's happy to provide that. And I have with me Mr. Walcott, who will be speaking to our corporate submission.
So by way of background, I'm the manager of the Urban Development Enablement Team at the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, and I have been since April last year. Before taking the manager role, though, I, like Mr. Walcott, was principal advisor in the team. In terms of our role, we, along with our colleagues from the Ministry for the Environment, are jointly responsible for implementation of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. We were jointly responsible for advising ministers on the policy behind the Enabling Housing Supply Act, overseeing the drafting of the bill, advising the Select Committee and the Minister for the Environment during the parliamentary stages of the bill. And along with the NPCD, we're jointly responsible for the implementation of the Enabling Housing Supply Act with the Ministry for the Environment. So I understand that you've read our submission. So if I take you through the key points from our legal submission, the central point is that I submit that the analysis provided by the Council to support the character precincts is insufficient to meet the legal tests set out in Section 77I and 77L of the Resource Management Act. I know you've heard this from other submitters, including Kāinga who appeared before you on Friday. Our legal arguments are similar to theirs. We note that the Council's proposals essentially look to roll over the existing character precincts, themselves noting at paragraph 59 of the Section 32 report that this is fundamentally a continuation of the existing approach under the operative district plan. In our submission, this does not accord with the legal requirements of the Resource Management Act. Under the RMA, the sole basis through which the territorial authorities may make the medium density residential standards or heights or densities required by Policy 3 of the NPCD less enabling of development is by identifying matters which qualify through evidence and a robust cost benefit analysis under Section 77I. Mr. Walcott will talk more to the cost and benefits, some of the cost and benefit work that we expect should have been done. As you know, for all qualifying matters, Section 77J requires the Council to take certain steps, including assessing the cost and broader impacts of opposing limits. But notably, Section 77L clearly sets out that a matter is not a qualifying matter under Section 77I sub J, unless the Section 32 report also meets the requirements in Section 77L. We do not believe that those have been adequately met by Wellington City Council. And as I said, Mr. Walcott can speak to some of the cost and benefit work that we expect ought to have been done to satisfy Section 77J3C and some of the sorts of justification that we would have expected to see under 77LB. It might be best if I hand to Mr. Walcott now to talk to some of that cost and benefit evidence, as some of your questions may relate both to the legal and to the costs and benefits together.
Before you do that, I had some questions about your / Mr. Cameron's legal submissions.
Yep.
The cited the Productivity Commission negative effect on development capacity, inability and innovation. The evidence we have before us is there's plenty of land already in Wellington, and that's not the problem. The cost of development. We've had Willis Bond before us telling us that they can't make a buck, so they're not going to build. It's not that they can't find land to build. It's not the planning controls that are constraining them. It's a profit motive. So how do we reconcile the fact that you're telling us that the philosophical underpinning of the NPS is not matched by the evidence we're hearing?
Yeah, there's just a couple of comments I'd make there. Firstly, when it comes to development capacity, the housing and building assessment for Wellington has shown that there actually isn't enough capacity currently in the operative district plan for the growth the city is expected. And I would also just note that there is quite a considerable body of evidence now that we are planning where there has been restrictions that Wellington has in place currently, where those have been lifted elsewhere. You've seen quite a increase in development. And then I just also comment that One of the aims of both the MPSUD and the medium density residential standards is to provide for a very wide range of development opportunities. So developers have the freedom to select the sites and opportunities that they can work out how to, that are most likely they're going to make a profit from. And on one of the sort of benefits of the medium density residential standards is it sort of enables some housing types that are relatively affordable to build, those 3-story walk-ups and things like that are not terribly complicated buildings and don't face as much of the cost pressures as some high density building. But also this is a plan that's going to be in place for a decent period of time, and it will get rolled over into the new planning system when it comes about. And the same pressures that are impacting the building system currently won't last in their current form the whole time. There'll be different development opportunities, there'll be different growth pressures, and it will be allowing the developers to respond to those.
In terms of saying the HBA shows there's not enough capacity at present, that's projecting forward. The HBA says there is enough at present, just not over the long term, and that's what this plan seeks to achieve. So is your response actually meeting the observation that we've had from Willis Bond?
I mean, I don't know exactly the types of development that they're looking for, but at the moment it's extremely difficult to build across a very wide range of sites in Wellington. Some of those are where there's the greatest demand, and I think it's a pretty reasonable expectation based on the evidence elsewhere that we would have seen a greater level of development in sites that are, in locations that are well suited to it.
The talking about the section 32, clear link, paragraph 27. You said a robust cost benefit analysis. Shouldn't all section 32 analyses be robust?
We would hope so.
And the last line, Parliament intended to imply a heavier burden. Heavier than what?
So that's referring to the approaches set up for the other sorts of qualifying matters. So that's, for example, existing qualifying matters, listed qualifying matters compared to other qualifying matters. That sentence is getting at the heavier burden under section 77 77I for the other qualifying matters.
Time has crashed. Making the statement frequently that there's a rollover of the operative district plan. The evidence before us is that the notified plan was a 70% reduction from the from the operative plan, and the 42A author's response is a 56% reduction from the operative plan. So are you starting from an incorrect factual premise
So we're saying it's essentially the approach taken is essentially a rollover rather than the approach of starting with a baseline of the medium density residential standards or the heights and densities required in walkable catchments under policy 3 of the NPSUD. So it's more about the starting point rather than the size difference of the final answer.
And lastly, about the juxtaposition of your legal submissions with Mr. Wauchop's evidence. He's citing the cost-benefit analysis undertaken to support the NPSUD, but he's not giving evidence as an expert, and none of the authors of those cost-benefit analyses are before us for us to ask questions. So how much evidence, how much weight can we actually put on that evidence?
I think Mr. Cameron answered this in hearing stream 1 for us, that it would be the same weight as any other sort of corporate evidence.
Can you speak up?
Sorry, I think Mr. Cameron answered that for us in hearing stream 1, that it would be a similar weight that you'll give to any corporate evidence. Ben, you might want to speak to the commissioning of those reports.
I can certainly go through that. I would just comment that I think one of the main thrusts of our argument is that these exist and they've clearly documented the impacts that can result from changes in urban development, and that they've been tested through the parliamentary process, and that we would have expected the council to grapple with these as they do their evaluations.
I suppose the one answer is that was then, this is now. We've had a 20% drop in property prices. We haven't seen any increase in affordability. If anything, things are more unaffordable than they were because of the interest rates. People are doing it tough. There are lots of people with negative equity. There's lots of water under the bridge since those reports were written.
I think as Mr. Walkup alluded to earlier, these plan changes will be around for a number of years. We will likely see changes to interest rates over that period and to development economics at any various time in the construction cycle. This is about setting up a plan that's positive for Wellington's growth for the future.
And we wouldn't have seen those increase in prices even in the same macro event. Presumably the same macro conditions will arise to some extent again at some point as business cycles come and go. And if we'd had a more liberal planning environment when interest rates were as low as they were, we wouldn't have seen house prices rise to the same extent. We can't impact the macro event here, but we can impact the impact it has on house prices.
I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions for you, Mr. McCarthy, and we'll hear from Mr. Wauchop.
I guess I've got one question, Mr. McCarthy, and it is a legal question though. And we heard from a submitter prior to lunch that suggested that pathway under section 77K for establishing a qualifying matter is available in this instance. Do you have any comment on that?
Just to be clear, the basis being character areas are currently defined in the ODP to a much greater extent than the PDP is proposing.
These are excluded because they're not listed. They have to be listed. Sorry. I can answer then. Yeah, the alternative process for existing qualifying matters is for matters that are listed in the NPSUD and in section
77I, A through I.
Yeah, so it doesn't include character areas, which are not a listed qualifying matter. The intention that Parliament did this one was to make it easy to adapt to things like natural hazards and things like that.
Okay. Good, thank you for that.
I mean, I've already, I think my comments are going to be an extension of our legal arguments, and I've already touched on them to some extent, but I just wanted to comment on what the impacts we might have reasonably expected to see considered and how the council would have known that those are relevant impacts. Because we were a little surprised at the limits of the Section 32 report, which sort of mentions that there will be social impacts, but doesn't go into them in any detail, or doesn't even go further than that, and has a similar statement about economic impacts that seems to relate mostly to the development of those actual individual properties rather than the wider social and economic impacts that will arise. And the Section 42A report was even more limited, where it really just dealt with trying to protect the existing character areas that are in the operational plan. So in terms of sort of knowing what these impacts are, there has been a reasonably thorough debate about density, both internationally and New Zealand in recent years. It's been sort of backed up by quite a wide range of economic evidence that has shown that denser areas are greener options for growth, and that they allow development to occur in areas where you're going to be less reliant on traffic by car, vehicle traffic. That density is essential for affordability, whether or not the particular homes that get built in those areas are affordable as such. Development in those areas is essential for affordability overall, and that there's a very wide range of economic and social benefits that happens from people living close together, very close to jobs and services. And they're just they're economic benefits in terms of productivity. People come up with new ideas, they match better to jobs, they're more innovative, but it's not just economic benefits, it's social benefits. People can continue to live where their families are. And there's also cultural benefits in terms of they're more dynamic places to live. And there's quite there's neat international base for that evidence, but I think we've done an extremely good job of developing an evidence base for New Zealand. There's the Productivity Commission's reports that have been cited, but then over the years, HUD and MFE, the Ministry for the Environment and Ministry for Housing and Urban Development, have commissioned sort of a series of reports to have the debate in New Zealand to establish an evidence base and that includes the costs and benefits of urban development, which was developed by M.R. Cagney. It includes the cost benefit analyses for both the MPSUD and the MDRS. All of these were shared very widely with councils. We ran a whole series of workshops. When it came for the report that established the various impacts of urban development choices generally, HUD and MFE commissioned a methodology report that was developed by PwC that to provide councils with a tool to undertake these activities. And I'm not saying this is the only way they could have done it, but I don't think that you can conclude that councils weren't aware that there are these impacts that happen from restricting development. And we particularly saw very strong evidence in the CBA for the MDRS, and it came from the data of development that occurred once the Auckland Unitary Plan was in place, that when you put in place these medium density zones, you saw quite a big uplift in development. There's some questions about whether those zones are in the right locations, but certainly we can see that you do get this impact. So we building on this this evidence, we've developed policy around the MPSUD and around the MDRS, and that was reflected in the regulatory impact statements for the MPSUD and the bill that put in place the ISPP and the MDRS, and they got a reasonable amount of attention. I mean, usually regulatory impact statements don't get a particularly wide focus in public debate, but I mean, I think all MPs from all parties sort of addressed them at times, and I don't think that those were criticised on their fundamentals at any stage, and I think the CBA sort of backed that up. I just sort of emphasise that those really do they do clearly tie back the restrictions that have happened in New Zealand cities, and particularly in the centre of New Zealand cities, to rising house prices and a range of economic and social harms. And in this case, we're talking about areas where those are going to be the greatest if you restrict there, or they're going to have the greatest negative effects, because the benefits you get from urban development are always highest where you have the shortest distance from other people, where you have the shortest distance from jobs and services. And to put in place these character restrictions without considering that, and then to consider increasing them without even mentioning them at all, I think would be quite a considerable mistake. Well, those are my main comments. I'm happy to take. I think we're happy to take comments together on the submissions together. Questions, sorry.
Premise underlying evidence seems to be that people want to live in the central city. My understanding of the HBA is that that's not what it showed in terms of division of. There was a shortage of townhouses, surplus of apartments, but overall they netted out. If there was any deficit in terms of projected HBA within the, what you might call the inner city, Wellington, inside the town belt, it was, I say, in townhouses rather than larger buildings. So where's the evidence that large-scale increases in capacity in the inner city will achieve anything material?
I think there's a couple of different ways to look at that. I think that we've seen as, for example, in Auckland, there's been a significant increase in the amount of both apartment buildings and townhouses being built near the centre of the city. You've seen a response to that, and it's a bit difficult to assess what the response would be in Wellington, where it simply isn't allowed in most cases. I think that where it has been allowed, you've seen a response, but in Wellington we really probably are relying on the evidence of other locations. But I would also comment that to some extent the approach that's taken in the MPSUD is that, now the RMA too, is that unless there's a very good reason that development should be allowed, and that we should the market will be led by the preferences of people. And I think there's a very strong, so we'll see development where people want to live. I think the evidence shows that will be in areas close, but it may not be. And I think that there's a very good reason to do that, simply that the benefits, and to the extent there are costs of urban development, arise commensurately. So if we don't see development occurring in some of these locations, we won't see costs arise either.
I asked witnesses earlier in the day that very question, and their response is that in a character with a small c, character area like Mount Vik, you would only need a couple of 20-30 metre apartment blocks to completely change the character of the entire area. You wouldn't need vast numbers. What's your response to that?
One of the responses to that is that the role of the qualifying matter would be to look at how best to manage the characteristic of the area. We haven't seen that from the evidence that we've looked at, but I think Kāinga Ora spoke to this on Friday, I believe, that there would be ways to manage the characteristic if that characteristic were identified and justified what sort of development would be appropriate near sites with that characteristic.
Well, we've had evidence that anything more than an MDRS height would be significantly disadvantageous for maintenance of character values.
It's a little hard to comprehend because Mount Vic is already next to the centre of the city and already has apartment blocks in it.
That was next door, like not just anywhere, but next to it, immediately adjacent to character areas.
I think policy 6 of the NPSUD is also relevant here, that when making planning decisions which affect urban environments, decision makers must have particular regard to the following matters, including that amenity trade-off.
As we've said, it's hard to weigh up these without full evaluative work by the council, but we would really emphasise the importance of a very wide range of housing choices in good areas, and we, as an agency, we consider that actually contributes to the character of locations rather than as a detriment.
I have a specific question for you that's also emerged through the hearing. We've had a submitter posing the question, having invested significantly on rooftop solar panels and concerned at the prospect of those solar panels being shaded and significantly reducing their output, which is of course itself a matter of national significance by virtue of the NPS-REG. How do the two NPSs intersect in that particular situation?
Well, I'm not qualified to discuss the difference between distributed versus centralised electricity generation, but just in terms of sunlight, I mean, sunlight loss is a negative impact that can arise from development. None of the work pretends it's not. It's quite easy. It's possible to quantify that loss. Economists got very good at differentiating between house prices that have house prices to look at the difference between houses that get sunlight and don't. But what we've consistently found is that the negative impact from sunlight loss is relatively minor compared to the just significant benefits of allowing people to be built. And in that example, that person presumably will also be in have a property in an area that is being upzoned, and they will get the benefit from being able to develop their own property however they like, in line with the rules.
So the ministry's response is that their solution is to build their own 6-storey apartment and put their solar panels on the top of it.
Well, I'm just saying that they will also, as an individual, get a range of advantages from the change, even though they've identified a specific disadvantage. Just in terms of the environmental impact, the benefits from being building in locations that are actually close to where you're everywhere you want to be vastly outweigh restricting, well, have a significant benefit over building elsewhere. If you're going to have people come no matter what, and that's a sort of underlying assumption, by far the benefit, the environmentally friendliest option is to allow development in these locations, because otherwise you're just relying on much more transport.
Well, going back to where I started, my understanding of the NPS-REG is it says that all renewable electricity generation is nationally significant, irrespective of scale. So if you're losing solar generation, is that a matter of significance? Like, does the NPS-UD have an equivalent provision that says every last house that is intensified is of national significance?
I mean, I don't think the character areas are justified on allowing.
Well, like, I'm not talking about character areas. This is like a specific situation of an overshadowed house with solar panels. And is it appropriate to provide standards that address that specific instance?
Wellington City Council, I think, would have been free to call that another qualifying matter if they wanted to, and to do a site-specific analysis of houses with existing solar panels. I think I understand from the council response when you asked them that question last week was that they hadn't done that.
But I understand the dynamic. Yes, it could be a qualifying matter, but in terms of the direction in 77L, it's consider the extent of the restriction having regard to the national significance of urban development. This is also the extent of the restriction considering the national significance of the solar output, solar generation output. So I come full circles. See, is your answer, well, it could have justified a qualifying matter, but the council hasn't gone down that path?
I think after a just cursory think about it, that is our answer at the moment, but we might have Mr. Cameron follow up later.
Well, given that he's crook, I'll give you that leave to answer that specific question, but it has to be by Friday night.
Yep.
Both Thursday night, since Friday's Good Friday. I won't suggest that he labour over Easter, but if close the business Thursday.
Yes.
Commissioners, any questions for you from the HUD team?
One question and one point of clarification. I don't really care who answers it. Another submitter this morning suggested that in terms of providing adequate capacity, or at least sufficient capacity, that we might want to consider a staged approach to that rather than providing for the 30-year time frame. And they pointed us to the fact that there's reference to 3, 10 and 30 years time frames. Any response to that?
I don't think the RMA would give that leniency. I think it asked for them to be done in this plan change.
Okay. So all at once. When you say the RMA, you mean the Enabling Act?
Which is now part of the RMA.
Yes, sorry. Okay. Okay, that's fine. The other matter is, I've written quite a few notes, typed a few notes, and really what the key message I'm getting is that, and it's really quoting you, Mr. Woodrop, that it's hard to assess the matter when the evaluative work for undertaken by the council, in your view, is perhaps not fit for purpose, and I'm not taking a position on that. I'm just paraphrasing what you've said. And to that extent, you'll recall, or you may recall, that we've asked the council to provide a roadmap on the tests in section 77 L in particular, and they delivered that in this document here. You would have seen it. And on Friday we had the KO representative, or the witness, the planning witness, Ms. Woodbridge, do the same thing. Yep. So, or you're well ahead of the game. The ball's really now back in the council's court, is what I wanted to say, and in terms of responding to that, in terms of the sufficiency of the analysis. So I don't think I need to ask you any questions about that. We're alive to the issue. We've asked for the information, and we're really keen to see it.
That's good to hear. I mean, we are also of the opinion that when you consider those impacts right in front of you, and if they were properly considered, you couldn't justify, you'd struggle to justify what was proposed in the PDP, and the 42A report would be much more difficult again.
When you say that, are you talking about the spatial extent of the precincts or the rules that underpin them, or both?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it could be either. If they had different rules, then perhaps the spatial extent wouldn't be as concerning. But certainly, given the rules are as strict as they are, the spatial extent is very concerning.
Okay.
Lastly, sort of a process. You've taken aim at the council's evaluation to date. My understanding is that we need to take stock, and at the point we sign off our recommendation reports is the crunch point, not any particular step in the road. Do you agree with that?
In terms of your recommendation back to council?
Yes, that we have to be satisfied that the statutory tests are met based on the evidence before us, and the time we make that decision is at the point when we sign our recommendation reports. It's not, was the section 32 adequate? It's the entire package of material that we have before us.
Yeah, I mean, if further analysis is provided which you believe meets the tests, then I think you'd be well prepared to say that they've been met at that point.
But again, we'd really emphasise that there are those requirements around the council analysis, but given what we've seen from the evidence base, we'd strongly encourage a critical lens over, at the spatial extent and rules of those character areas.
Any other questions, commissioners? Thank you for your time, and hope Mr. Cameron is feeling a bit perkier shortly.
Well enough to send a message saying that he was fine with that deadline. Thank you.
Thank you. We will adjourn until Mr. Hayward arrives, who is the next submitter. Good experienced driver.
Yeah. Turning it off.
We're good to go. So, Mr. Hayward, Ms. Stace, this is your personal submission, Mr. Hayward?
Yes, indeed. Tēnā koutou, koutou Hayward aho. Thank you for this opportunity. What I would like to do is respond to some of the proposed changes to the notified district plan, specifically those relating to the proposed extension of the walkable catchment from 10 to 15 minutes, as proposed by the council subsequent to the plan being notified. And so the comments I'm going to make are contingent on whether in fact the walkable catchment is extended, and if so, quite where the boundaries are. I don't want to repeat any ground that was covered in the Puki Perry Residents Incorporation submission. What I thought might be helpful would be to focus on a couple of issues. In particular, I support the recommended or the qualifying matters proposed by the Puki Residents Incorporated. One of them would empower the walkable, the Oriental Bay High Precinct to the extent that that was within the walkable catchment. And the other two proposed qualifying matters, one of them relates to houses behind the front row that would extend the protections to houses behind the front row that are also within the walkable catchment. And the other proposed qualifying matter was on health and safety grounds and applied more specifically to houses in the upper part of Hay Street above number 9. For you as commissioners to evaluate the merits of those proposed qualifying matters, there are a couple of issues which fall within the reporting requirements, the section 77 reporting requirements, that I think have quite an important bearing on whether those qualifying matters make sense or not. And in particular, they're the requirements that relate to the impact on intensification, how much less intensification would be if these qualifying matters were applied. And the second one relates to the costs and other impacts that would arise. And because I think they're not obviously not all the reporting requirements, the other requirements would need to be met, but they're really critical ones in terms of evaluating the merits of the proposed qualifying matters. And that's what I propose to focus on here. I'd like to start with the impact on intensification and start with the impact on the Oriental Bay High Precinct. This would depend on what proportion of the Oriental Bay High Precinct fell within the walkable catchment, because that's where the intensification would be extended if part of the Oriental Bay High Precinct fell within that walkable catchment. The approach I have outlined here is based on 3 elements. 1, how many sites would be affected? 2, what would be the uptake rate on those sites within the greater intensification permitted by a walkable catchment? And 3, how many additional dwellings
per affected site or uptake, sites affected by the uptake, how many additional dwellings there would be. So those are sort of three key components for working out the implications of applying more restrictive height limits than would otherwise be permitted for the houses on the front row that fall within the walkable catchment, the front row or into Parade. The numbers that I have put in here, that the number of sites is contingent on how big the walkable catchment is. But if I focus here on a possible 10-minute walkable catchment, I've counted up about 74 sites. Of those, a little over half are currently 3 stories or less, and about a third are 5 stories or more. So I think in terms of the scope for greater intensification, it's worth focusing on the portion that are 3 stories or less. I should have made that a little bit more explicit in my written material, but it's to that subgroup that I have calculated a 14% uptake rate. And within a 15-minute walkable catchment, that results in 6 sites, which would be intensified, would end up being higher than would otherwise have been the case.
Mr. Hayward, can I just ask you to repeat something? You said a third of them were 5 stories or more currently,
Yes.
and 2/3?
Well, 2/3 are
3 stories or less.
4 stories or less. So five or more is a third, and so 4 to 1 is.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So if that gives us an indication of 6 sites, and the question is how many additional dwellings per site compared with what would have happened with the maintenance of the Oriental Bay Height Precinct. And for the purpose of these calculations, I've assumed an additional 10. And so that means that 6 sites become 60 dwellings. I think this methodology allows some pretty quick sensitivity analysis. So for example, if it was an extra, 1 more dwelling, then that would be another 6. Sorry, 1 more dwelling per site, that would be another 6 sites. I've applied the 14% uptake ratio to the portion of sites that currently have 3 stories or less. If it was applied to all of the sites, that would provide another another 4 sites. But bear in mind that if existing buildings that are 5 stories or more, or sorry, 4 stories or more in this case, 4 stories or more are replaced with bigger buildings, there would be fewer additional dwellings per site because we're starting from higher buildings to begin with. So if we, for example, assume that there'd be 5 additional dwellings on sites that were intensified, that were at an existing level, 4 stories or more, then we'd have 4 more sites times 5 additional dwellings per site would be another 20. So we could think about this as 60 to 80 additional dwellings, depending on whether the 14% uptake was applied to the sites most likely to be intensified or to all of the sites. I think it's important to put those in perspective. The council's estimate of additional dwellings under the adopted spatial plan were 24,000 to 31,000 additional dwellings, and we're talking about 60 to 80 here. If we use housing economics figures for the draft district plan and medium density residential standards, they had 127,000 realizable sites under scenario 1. We're talking about 60 to 80 here. So that provides an indication of the impact on intensification if the Oriental Bay height precinct restricted heights that would otherwise just be dealt with by the normal height limits within a walkable catchment. The other qualifying matters would apply to houses within the front row. Behind the front row. From there, we can draw on the council's estimates in the context of the spatial plan, where there were some estimates made for what the impact would be of extending the walkable catchment from 10 to 15 minutes. And that was within Oriental Bay, an extra 5 to 10 dwellings. Now, if the qualifying matters that applied within the walkable catchment behind the front row, completely stopped those additional dwellings. They were so restricted that they stopped the additional dwellings. That would be an impact of 5 to 10 dwellings. So I think that gives us an indication for the qualifying matters that apply within the walkable catchment but behind the front row. The next thing I was going to talk about were the costs and broader impacts. Would you prefer that I paused and answered any questions?
Why don't you keep going and we'll see how we get on.
Okay, thank you. The costs and broader impacts. By way of context, in terms of the broader impacts, I'm guided by section 5.2 of the RMA, which talks about sustainable management, the need to provide for social, economic and cultural well-being and for the health and safety. And also section 7C, which talks about the need to have particular regard to the maintenance and enhancement of amenity value. So with that context, I think I'm going to read this out because I think the wording is important here. So for costs, the property owners affected by these constraints would incur a direct cost in the form of lost development potential. Property developers affected by these constraints would incur a cost through the impact of potential profitability. Given that overall development within the city is limited by capacity constraints, this would be offset to some extent by the diversion of development to other parts of the city. The broader impacts. In addition to the direct costs, there are numerous economic externalities, that is, the impact on others not party to the purchase and sale of the affected properties or the development of them. The Oriental Bay area has an unusually high number of people who use the area for recreational purposes, given its accessibility and characteristics. People who live in there are greatly outnumbered by those who use the area but live elsewhere. That provides a community benefit, including for people who cannot afford to live in this highly priced area. There are large numbers of people who walk or cycle along the promenade, use the Oriental Bay beaches, and boat or paddle on the harbour. These numbers are likely to increase further given the projected increase in citywide population and greater intensification near the inner city. Impact on public amenity. The large number of people who visit Oriental Bay would benefit from the preservation of existing amenity. This includes views up through to the Greenbelt of Mount Victoria, with housing set up in a manner that creates a natural amphitheatre. Maintenance of this amenity would contribute to their cultural and social well-being. The Environment Court assessment identified the Oriental Bay Height Precinct as a tipping point, beyond which the wider public amenity would be vulnerable to diminution. Impact on housing affordability. Constraints on housing supply in Oriental Bay would negatively impact the supply of housing and therefore affordability at the higher cost end of the market. affecting an older demographic than for the broader city. Given that property development is constrained by capacity issues, this would likely lead to some substitution of development towards housing that is less expensive and accessed by a broader range of ages. Economic benefits. The tourism industry would benefit from the preservation of amenity in Oriental Bay, as it is a popular destination for tourists. The cafes, etc., that cater to visitors to Oriental Bay would likely benefit from greater patronage of the visual amenity of the area, and therefore its popularity is preserved.
Questions that occur to me, Mr. Hayward, is on the assumed densified development scenario, how does the in situ population compare to the number of people coming into the area from outside Oriental Bay? Do we have any idea?
I found it hard to quantify the number of people coming in from outside. There was a population count done in the context of the cycleway, and that was a count, I believe, over an hour. But I think it would be fair to say there are thousands who come in and use the Oriental Bay area. So
on a good day.
On a good day, yes. But even on a bad day, there are quite a few people who walk along the parade. There are a few people who use the beach, although there are people who exercise their dogs on the beach in any weather. And I think it is an important point that this is a plan with a 30-year planning horizon. And if we're to plan for an extra 50 to 80,000 people, a good proportion of those people would be likely to use the Oriental Bay area. And so the numbers over time can be expected to increase even above what they are at present. And I think that in essence captures what's somewhat unique about the Oriental Bay area, that the number of users who don't live in the area are vastly greater than the number of people who live there. And if we're talking about intensification, those numbers become even smaller. So it's very, very much a small number of people if we're talking about potential intensification versus a vastly larger number of people who use it. And I think, as an analogy, if we were to take a city like New York City and consider Central Park, if we were to talk about costs and benefits, if you were to say, well, what if the city were to hypothetically auction off the land for intensification, you'd come up with some very large numbers for the land value that would involve and the profits that would be made from development. But the impact on the city would be to take away the recreational aspect for a highly intensified area. And it would undermine, the intensification itself. And the amenity value, applies to a large number of people. And I think that's kind of our equivalent here. It's very central. It's close to where we're looking to intensify further. It's something that can be accessed by people of all ages, all ethnicities, irrespective of social, economic, or economic status.
The other question I had to you, Mr. Hayward, is we just heard from the team from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, who suggested to us that, particularly as regards constraints on inner city living, there are broader costs in terms of people who are unable to live close to the central city with the associated, well, for the fact they can walk, they're close to work, all of those issues. If by contrast, they're in Chirp Park, basically out in the burbs. What's your view there?
I agree, but I think it's important to put some numbers on that. So the additional numbers within Oriental Parade, or Oriental Bay that we're talking about, are quite small. The potential numbers within the inner city or within a walkable catchment in the city are potentially much larger. So, for example, property economics when they looked at the draft district plan, looked at realizable residential development capacity by suburb. And if we compare Tiara with Oriental Bay, for example.
With where?
Tiara.
With where?
Oriental,
oh, yeah,
Oriental Bay.
Gotcha.
The realizable apartment capacity they estimated Tiara was 16,555. In Oriental Bay, they had 0, although in terms of the feasible apartment development of the Oriental Bay, they had 52. So in their view, when they took into account the typology of the sites, they felt that the intensification with the Oriental Bay would occur for terraced housing. But I think the key point is that there is enormous scope for intensification within the city and the immediate environment. And there's limited scope within Oriental Bay itself. But the preservation of the amenity value for Oriental Bay supports the intensification around the city because it's easily accessible for other parts of the city where there's much more scope for intensification. So I think there's a theme of, if it's not built in one place, to consider the knock-on effects. And I think it would be fair to say that what isn't built in Oriental Bay will free up resources and capacity in other places, and particularly if the amenity value of Oriental Bay is maintained, Oriental Bay is maintained for people who can walk in and access it from nearby.
But I think your message is it's not just that it's elsewhere, but it's elsewhere in the city.
There's plenty of scope for that, and the numbers within Oriental Bay are small enough that it doesn't take much substitution or enhancement of the appeal of living in the rest of the inner city for that to outweigh the direct effect.
I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions.
Some submitters have suggested that if that was the case, it would push development to areas that is not desirable, like, for example, Chewton Park or something like that. They were concerned that if they couldn't develop some of these areas, the push would be to a place that wasn't necessarily in a city.
Or greenfields.
Yeah, or greenfields.
Well, I guess I would say the kind of people who want to live in Oriental Bay are probably more likely to want to live within the inner city. They're more likely to want to live in an apartment if we're talking about the effects of intensification. And I don't see that substitution occurring in the suburbs. I see that as much more likely within the inner city. I think it's worth having a think about the kind of residents who currently live in apartments in Oriental Bay. They typically, their age is skewed towards retirement, and they come from a particular demographic. And at that age, I think often people no longer have an interest in maintaining a garden, and they value the ability to sort of have an apartment and be able to access things. And so that's why I think the substitution would be more likely elsewhere within the city, closer to the city.
I think we had the stereotype of Mr. Thompson right before us. Thank you both very much. Appreciate your time. As always, quite interesting.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Bellinger.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Duncan Ballinger, and you've seen me before for another client. I'm here today acting for the trustees of the Eldin Family Trust, who own a property in Selwyn Terrace in Thorndon. And to my right is Sir Douglas White, who is one of the two trustees of the trust. We've also got with us Ben Larson here in the audience, who produced the visual material that's before you. And I've got an A3 printed copy, just in case you've been viewing it on screen, etc. It's just slightly better to view in A3, so I'll hand that up. I've just got one. And the only other sort of just little housekeeping point I wanted to raise, Ben needs to head away at the sort of crack of 4 p.m. or a few minutes before then. So if there are any questions for him, if those could sort of be addressed towards the start of our presentation. I was just going to make a few brief legal comments to sort of open our presentation, and then I'm anticipating questions and lively discussion as always. So I just wanted to highlight 4 points from my written legal submission. The first is that our submission needs to be approached in an integrated way. The issues that affect Selwyn Terrace are spread across multiple hearing streams. They relate to the view shafts, which is a hearing stream 3 issue for a month's time or so. There's also an issue relating to the city centre zone, which is a hearing stream 4 issue. And so those dots will need to be joined at some point. And so I'm anticipating you might see me again in the wrap-up hearing later this year. The second point I wanted to highlight was the high quality character values in Selwyn Terrace. It's a fairly small street with very narrow access, a one-way vehicle access way and fairly narrow footpath. And then that leads to an island of high quality houses, a number of which are pre-1930 and with primary or contributory character values.
Mr. Ballinger, I should tell you that on the Monday of last week,
yes,
Commissioners Lutz, Burge and I took a little field trip.
Yes.
And we walked up Selwyn Terrace, so we know exactly what you're talking about.
Excellent. Well, that's very good. I'm pleased to hear you've done homework there. Thank you for doing that, and I hope you enjoyed your trip or visit. So yes, and you've also seen the photographs in the legal submission of the quality, heritage and character homes in the street. So I don't feel I need to say much more about those. You're very familiar with Selwyn Terrace. And in my submission, the steep access as well as the concentration of the homes in the terrace justify a character precinct treatment for Selwyn Terrace. The third point I wanted to highlight is the significance of the protected view shaft, which is intended to protect the views of the Houses of Parliament and the Beehive building. As you'll know, these are nationally significant. They're on the news every night. They're a symbol of New Zealand and its government. And so any impacts on those protected view shafts need to be looked at carefully. And so we provided Mr. Larmison's visual materials to assist you to do that. It seems to me that the council hasn't really joined the dots between the proposal to have a city centre zone in Selwyn Terrace, which would have a minimum height requirement of 6 stories or more, with the view shaft protection where 6+ stories would almost inevitably intrude into that view shaft. And the images and the materials from Ben Larmison show that impact on the view shaft very clearly. The final point I wanted to highlight is just to make very clear the relief that the submitter is seeking. We are seeking that Selwyn Terrace is in the medium density residential zone, not the city centre zone. We're seeking that it's a character precinct within the MRZ. We're seeking that the view shafts, view shaft 1 and 4 are retained. And I just wanted to highlight as well that this position is supported by the residents of Selwyn Terrace, who I've listed in the legal submission, as well as some more general submitters that you will have heard from over the last week or so. So those are the points I wanted to highlight, and I'm very happy to take questions, and if there's anything for Mr. Larnison, perhaps those could go first.
Given Mr. Larnison's time commitments, I should canvass that. Any questions on the visuals? Is that a no? I think that's a no. I understand the process, and the pictures speak for themselves. So Lamison's good to go.
Good. Thank you.
Mr. Bellinger, just in terms of the conclusions we draw from those images, the view I tentatively took, my immediate impression was 9 stories sticks out, but depending on the visual treatment, like materials, design, 6 stories might be quite unobtrusive. What's your response? I'd say that was just the 30-second reaction.
Yes.
And which is not necessarily, as you know, most reliable reaction, but that's my personal reaction. So what's?
Yes. So I absolutely agree with you on that the 9 stories is a very significant intrusion into the view shaft. In terms of the 6 stories, of course, that is a lesser or lower level of effect. But I think the 6 stories is fairly dramatic when you look at view shaft 4, which is the Whitmore Street view shaft. So that's towards the end of the report. And if you take the A3 I handed up and grab the last tab in there, that I think will take you to the 6-story one. That one's a slightly different image to the other one, but so a context element of that view shaft is the residential area of Thorndon, which would be fairly well obstructed by the sorts of development that would be enabled in Selwyn Terrace. And there is currently a resource consent application before the council, which is obviously not part of this plan change or relevant to it, but the relevance is that the resource consent there is sought to build a new building in the parliamentary precinct behind the Houses of Parliament, and that will be a 6 or more story building as additional accommodation for MPs. That intrudes into a view shaft in the operative district plan and has been assessed by the council's urban designer as having, being a pretty bad outcome for view shaft 4. So I think that gives you an indication that 6 or more stories, especially in view shaft 4, is a pretty bad outcome for the view shaft, for the views of the Thorndon residential area and Tinakori Hill behind.
Do you know how many floors that particular development was?
I think it is 6 or 7 stories, and it's at the same sort of base level as the Houses of Parliament. So it's in Museum Street, which is behind the Houses of Parliament and Beehive.
Going to be designed to house all the areas other than those.
So basically, it's the replacement for Bowen House.
Yes.
How is the view shaft currently defined? How are they defined? Because I read that you're seeking to put some words in them that currently they don't focus on the backdrop.
Yes. And by currently, do you mean in the notified proposed plan?
We're trespassing now into stream 3, but since three of us are in stream 3, you save me asking you again.
Yes, that will help with the joined up thinking, sir. In my legal submissions, so I've essentially done a track change at paragraph 61 of my legal submissions. So the underlining there is the additional wording that the submitter is proposing, and those are to highlight the international importance of the view shaft and the contrast and natural backdrop that Tēnā Kōrero or Te Ahu Mairangi Hill contributes as a context element.
There is a reference in the context elements to the Tēnā Kōrero Hill in the current definitions of the shaft one, so it's not quite correct to say, Chairman. There is. The hill is an important fact, and we suggest it should be recognised as such.
That's the comment quoted at 62. It emphasises the backdrop. Thank you for pointing that out. So.
Yes. And perhaps, Chair, just going to your first question and looking at 6-storey buildings only from view shaft 1, the image that Mr. Lameson's produced, I think, shows a fairly significant impact towards the right-hand side of that image, which is where the General Assembly Library is, and that is one of the focal elements. So I agree that the effect is lower towards the left-hand side, but on the right, the 6-storey buildings are quite significant as a backdrop to the General Assembly Library and Parliament building as well, the House of Parliament.
Oh yes, I see what you mean.
And the 3 buildings that are iconic are sort of equally protected by the view shaft.
There's a photo in the view shaft itself with the 3 buildings going across.
Yeah.
With the hill, obviously, like trees on the hill. Significant to work out 4+ stories on top of those buildings, the impact it would have, which is what Mr. Lameson's done.
Commissioner, do you have any questions? Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Not so much a question, but we had Mr. Murcott this morning from
Thorndon Residents Association.
Yes, sorry, Thorndon Resident from Thorndon and from Thorndon Residents Association.
Both, yes, you're right.
He is, he's seeking an extension to the Thorndon character area. And with that, he's provided us, it's showing the Selwyn area is, yeah. And also he's referred back to the heritage areas as well, which that particular Selwyn area is part of. So no real point to that other than the fact that there's many people singing the same song.
Yes. And sort of looking, this is the appendix to the 42A report. Yeah. When I look at that, I suppose one thing that jumps out at me is that the sort of the colour combination and mix of primary and contributory in Selwyn Terrace is not particularly different in scale, etc., to other areas that are proposed to be in a character precinct, in particular the Hobson precinct, which is a new 42A recommendation, but the others as well have a similar mix.
And I'm conscious that some of the key things of character areas were that be a concentrated area. It's about the streetscape and those sorts of aspects. So, like you say, there's primary,
yes,
tributary, and a neutral, if you like, in that little enclave. So
yeah, and it's not as big as the other ones, but that I don't think stops it from being concentrated once you stroll up the steep street and get to that little island or enclave.
Yeah, as I say, as the chair said, we did
Yes.
do that.
Yes.
Are any of those houses in Selwyn Terrace heritage listed?
No, not as far as I'm aware, as in scheduled in the heritage schedule. I don't think so. The oldest one, I think, is one of the oldest houses in the area, from the 1870s or 1860s perhaps, but no, they're not heritage listed.
And just further to that, Mr. Ballinger, presumably that area was covered in the operative district plan and the character precincts there.
Yes, and the equivalent,
Yes, and the equivalent
demolition controls and
Yes.
And controls for replacement structures. Yes.
Okay.
And just to pick up that point, the significant point is that the city centre zone is pushed out beyond it in the PDP, whereas it wasn't. Therefore, it was a residential zone previously, and therefore character zones were relevant to it.
So to go from in a residential with that character protection all the way to a city centre zone with commercial activities being permitted, etc., is a fairly significant change in the zoning for the terrace.
Yes. Hence your point about not losing sight of the different relationships between the different points of the submissions.
Yes.
Central city, residential and view shafts.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, we've got one of those authors online, Mr. Lewandowski. So he'll be listening, and we look. I mean, this putting aside the zoning similarities between the Hobson Street extension and Selwyn Street and what Mr. Murcott referred to as the Davis Street extension. Well, I won't say they seem obvious, but that the points have been made, and we'll be interested in Mr. Lewandowski's response in relation to that.
Yes.
The only other question I had, and I am on hearing stream 3 on heritage, and haven't had a chance to read anything yet because I don't think we've received anything, but that's the right answer. Do you know, are the view shafts predicated on notified district plan heights? Do they have any bearing on the mechanics of the view shafts and the way they've been constructed?
My understanding of the view shafts, it's a separate control to the building height controls for the zone. So you might be able to go to a certain height by the zone rules, but these would be dropped down by the view shaft if you're intruding into it.
Okay, but essentially the point that you're making, and no doubt you'll make it again in hearing stream 3, is that the efficacy of a view shaft will be affected by what's buildable within the path of the view.
Yes, yes. And what's particularly problematic about the proposed plan provisions is that if Selwyn Terrace is in a city centre zone, then to be a permitted new build, you'd have to go 6 stories or more, which will always intrude to the view shaft. And so there's a clash essentially between 2 chapters in the plan that we say should be resolved now rather than on a case-by-case basis at resource consent stage.
Thank you for that. And just finally, is your client a further submitter?
No, just a primary submitter.
Okay, so they haven't lodged anything in relation to the KO's submissions on this area.
No, I suppose we're sort of inherently in conflict with their proposal to not have character precincts or replace it with something else. But no, there's no further submission from my client.
Thank you.
I think that's us. Challenger. Thank you for your time. As I say, we'll look forward to seeing you again in stream 3, and my colleagues will see you in stream 4. That, like, one of the downsides of having split the plan into manageable topics from the panel's point of view is that submissions like this that are on the margin fall in many buckets. But thank you. We're Slamson's visuals are very illuminating.
Thank you.
Chairman panel.
Thanks very much.
Exquisite timing, gentlemen.
That's
We're
good.
about, I'd say about 10 seconds. We have 292 Main Road Ltd.
Yes, that's the one.
Right, over to you. We have your pre-circulated evidence. Is there anything else you want to draw to our attention?
Not particularly, no. This is just 292 Main Road Tower.
Can you press the mic?
That on? That one? Yeah, okay, sorry.
If it's showing green, you're good to go.
Sweet as. So yeah, 292 Main Road Tower was originally zoned in the draft spatial plan as within a 10-minute walking catchment from the Linden station. The proposed district plan had rezoned that as a medium density residential zone based on a 5-minute walking catchment. This was addressed in the hearing stream 1. And the recommendation within that report was to increase the walkable catchment from Linden Station to 10 minutes, which then includes 292 Main Road. As such, we feel that the 292 Main Road should be rezoned to high density residential, which is in keeping with the national policy statement.
So is the reality, leisure, that if the panel accepts the recommendation in stream 1 for a 10-minute workable catchment, that will solve your problem, and that your fallback position, if it doesn't, are you still pitching for high density in that environment if it's not high density around it?
If I may, I can give some background information. The applicant has already had a resource consent lodged for what would be a hybrid scheme between their medium density and the high density residential. So it would probably be that they are forced into the resource consent process, but we're hoping that you will adopt what we believe is the national policies, the principles of the national policy statement for urban development. So if it were isolated, yes, it would be harder to justify. We would admit that, but it would still probably be likely to go through a resource consent process to be a higher building than would otherwise be likely under the medium density provisions.
Questions? Any questions?
Just getting my head around this, Mr. Elijah. So essentially the original submission saw high density residential, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And so that was presumably prepared and lodged, well, it was prepared and lodged before the section 42, obviously. So really the section 42, in your view, is providing some ammunition for supporting that submission.
Absolutely, yeah. It seems like the author of the first section 42A agrees.
Yes, okay. Okay. All right. I don't know the area very well. Need to visit it. Can you tell us a little about the surrounds?
The surrounds are typical of Tawa.
Yes.
So
I've got the Tawa map in front of me.
Yes. It contains a typical Tawa house, probably not high quality construction. It's located on Main Road, obviously, given the address, that runs through to Porora and through on the same road that runs through Tawa Town Centre. I mean, this is going to be completely characteristic of the changes that are going to occur under the national policy statement in terms of character.
Are there other submitters seeking similar relief that you're aware of other than Kāinga?
I don't think in terms of a spot zone.
No.
But in terms of the 10-minute walking catchment, I think in stream 1 there was plenty in support of the 10-minute catchment, right. And none in opposition. None supporting.
Could you speak up, please? Okay.
Sorry, there was plenty in terms of supporting a 10-minute catchment, but there was none supporting the 5-minute walking catchment in stream 1, which was highlighted in the section 42A report.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, check. I'll follow that. Yeah. The distance between the Tawa rail station and station?
No, I can't, sorry.
Closer to London Tawa station, but it's still quite close. It seems to be quite close to Tawa station. Maybe Tawa central area. Okay, all good. I think that's that one.
Very simple submission, this one.
Once that first stream section 42A report was released, it was quite nice.
Hey, you take the rough with the smooth. We'll now go to the rough for Karepa Dell.
Jump forward when I'm needed.
Did you want 10 copies of this? That was all in the instruction sheet. I'm happy to just. I don't think you do because I haven't submitted anything. That was the expert testimony from.
If you've got something new with 4 copies would be good.
4?
That's we're not. The audience is not busting down the door.
So I just quickly run through it for 5 minutes or so. Just here for Karepa Dell Developments, we're proposing that the large lot residential should actually be a medium density residential zone at 11 Marco Road. It's currently got 20 odd residential lots consented for it and the associated infrastructure. And it's had ongoing consent since about 2006 to do fairly similar activities up there. The fact we believe supporting that submission, that it's had some fairly significant development to date. We put a twin lane concrete bridge in there over the stormwater system, put pump sewage lines in there that tie into the gravity feed line that publicly owned that traverses the site and serves the neighbourhood. We've installed public and stormwater diversions, and we've done a fair bit of infrastructure work in the roading with earthworks that were Greater Wellington Regional Council consented. And as part of that, we put a significant number of retaining walls up there to build the roading network. There's also been a reasonable amount of bush removed up there that was all consented as part of the development. We think it's well served by infrastructure. It's close to the city, close to local schooling, a 4-minute drive, 18-minute walk, close to the shopping facilities down in Brooklyn. It's got a public transport service with a bus every 30 minutes and a bus stop with a bushwalk from the site to the boundary. It's a public park, 5 minutes walk away, 400 metres, and all of the proposed roading and infrastructure that goes in there for resident and visitor parking will be self-contained within the site. I think it's a fairly sympathetic development to the surrounding area. If you turn over the page, there's a diagram or graphic render that shows what the development is currently considered to look like. The bush area, the colour area roughly represents the boundaries. Coloured houses are the proposed 20 odd houses, and the white houses are the surrounding houses in there. So it's still fairly densely built up around there. We think there's been some consents issued recently that support this being rezoned as we propose. If we look at 5 Marco Road, that's just had a subdivision put on it to split that lot into 2 lots. 11 Ashton Fitchet over there on the left, that has been subdivided also to support 2 lots and a house built on it. And I think more importantly, stage 1 of this development that occurred under the initial consent, that's proposed to be rezoned as medium density residential rather than large lot. And that was stage 1 of this development. And you can see that in the orange area up there, stage 1, those 5 houses, they'll go to medium density, whereas the rest of our site doesn't go to that. So we think that's a bit of an anomaly. Pretty much covers what I had to say. Cameron.
I think you covered most of the background from my evidence as well. And just going forward on that, the proposed subdivision that's been approved by Wellington City Council creates lots that are smaller than the surrounding area as well. This would go against the objectives and policies of the large lot residential zone, as they're no longer large lots.
Good job it wasn't a non-complying activity then, or would one pass the threshold test, or was it?
It was a discretionary activity because it was in the appendix area under the rural areas. So there was that 4 or 5, no minimum lot size. Okay. I think so. It was discretionary unrestricted is my recollection.
Yeah, there's no minimum lot size.
Yeah.
Sorry for the interruption.
No, that's okay. There's also been issued a certificate of compliance for vegetation removal as well for the site. So that just provides the background facts for the
But as I understand it, there's a consent notice requiring retention of vegetation.
Yes.
Yes, the
Partial
condition. Partial, yes.
partial condition of the subdivision consent.
It's also been applied to the stage 1 houses as well, and that consent notice applies to those in part.
I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions of either of you.
So we went on a site visit last Monday, and we did go around this area to have a look to see, you know, how it was situated. And I guess one of the things one of the things in your submission, you said that it's, you know, it's surrounded by residential, medium density residential development. And I guess my first impression was that it, yes, there was medium density development on, you know, sort of 2-3 sides, but you know, on the southern side it's not, and then on the other side of Aston Butcher Drive, you know, you're getting into rural. So I didn't sort of get the sense of, you know, high, you know, medium density development in a, you know, to the extent that you were trying to portray in your submission, and, you know, to try and sort of say that this was okay to be medium density.
Well, I've got a response for that. The point made in, sorry, shall I come up?
Yeah, so we can hear. Very good.
The obviously with the medium density changes, there's going to be character changes all over the city. So that's part of what's going to happen under the national policy statement. It's something that's going to happen, like we were just referring to Tawa. Tawa's a you know, a classic dormitory suburb that's going to change its character entirely. In this particular situation, yes, there is development on 3 sides, which is residential. South of that side is actually another one of my major projects since I've been a private consultant, which is a landfill, which is TNT Landfills, which is like one property boundary away from down here, and that's still rural, I call correctly. So yes, it is on that rural area. So we've got a situation whereby the current zoning is no minimum lot size rural, and then we're going to big size rural. So we're actually getting more restrictive in some ways than under the new plan change than we have under the existing situation. And of course, we've got lots that are down to 250 square metres, I think, or thereabouts, that are approved under the current subdivision consent. So there is going to be a change of character to this, which is more akin to probably, well, it won't be akin to the medium density. I wouldn't go that far in any way, shape or form, because it still keeps a lot of those separation areas, and the topography controls a lot of what happens on this particular site, which is typical of Wellington. I mean, we develop ridges and gullies in Wellington and leave the slopes undeveloped because that's all we can do, and that this will be typical of that style of development.
And the consent that's approved is developed to that, on that basis too, isn't it? So you're protecting areas of bush and slope and placing the houses in areas that are more appropriate.
Generally in the flatter areas and where the access has been constructed. So that's probably unlikely to change greatly, because we will still have the slopes and the steep areas, but and respond to the access.
And
can I just get a clarification? You said you approved down to, I think it's 267. Yeah, 250.
Yeah, that was off memory.
But, the question I had is, what's the range? What's the median and what's the largest lot?
Well, there's a balanced lot which
you put aside the balanced lot, that's presumably where all the vegetation is.
Probably about 700 squares.
Yeah, would be the average.
Would be that, but
I think you're talking 400 or 350. calculated it out.
Actually, sorry, yes.
So the median would be three to 400.
In that, I mean, I'm speaking loosely on that sort of range here. It'd be a fair representation off the top of my head when I've done the spreadsheets on it.
Just to give us a sense, sorry, Commissioner.
Yeah, no, the only other thing I was just wanted to clarify, so that code of compliance that you've got for vegetation removal would be for roading and services.
Well, the consent notice, my recollection is the consent notice has not gone down on the titles as yet. It would be a condition of the consent. And if that consent were abandoned, for example, then that consent notice would not apply, and the consent and the compliance certificate would allow the removal of the bush. But it would require an abandonment or partial abandonment of the existing consent.
I'm presuming that your code of compliance would apply to a particular area for a particular reason for removal.
Not to the entire site.
The entire site. Thank you, that's all I had.
Commissioner McMahon, any questions?
Yes, just a couple. Have you given any thought to if that submission's successful and zoning's changed from large lot to medium density, that would leave a pocket of large lot between the extended medium density and Ashton Fitchett Drive and Hawkins Hill Road. That's those two lots. One's a regular shaped lot and the other's a rectangular lot. Given any thought to any potential effects of that occurring? You see the two lots I'm talking about?
This Monteith Grove.
Yeah, that's Vlad's place and Hans' place. Vlad's place has already got, when I calculated it, something like about a 70% site coverage anyway.
Look, I don't know who these people are, so you need to tell me what lots you're talking about.
The lot 1 DP 85137.
I think that's 3 Monteith Grove or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
We're looking at the lots that come out onto Ashton Fitchett Drive. There's two large lot.
5416. Lot 71.
I don't have the station in front of me. Sorry, I'm just looking at another map.
The big one that you're talking about to the south there. That's the one.
These would be to the northwest. The north and northwest.
These ones.
Oh, there's one that slides around there.
Yes. So it'll be lot 3 DP 85137 and lot 1.
Okay.
Those two. Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of my recollection from the site. I'm answering this just simply because I've done all the consent work on the site and been involved with the consent work. My recollection is that it's already got houses on it fronting Ashton Fitchett Drive, and they'll be your typical Ashton Fitchett Drive built houses, which are quite large, built in the 1980s. That would just, and the topography there was probably quite steep of those lots. I haven't got the contour plan in front of me, but
there's a house there, and then the bank comes down there, so it is very steep around that area there, and the house really the only building platforms up there.
So I would say it's just going to be that typical remnant result of an undeveloped slope with houses at the top and the bottom, which I said is still going to be typical of that Wellington character. So I don't particularly think that results in adverse effects. It's probably a positive because it will leave those bush bands. The bush in there is relatively poor quality. It was gorse last time I was there. It's probably a little bit better than that.
I think it's more gorse there now. And a lot more old man's beard.
Okay. In 15 years, it may be good bush, but
yes. Can you recall whether there'd been any further submissions in support or opposition to the submission?
Anything?
You would have been served notice.
No, I can't recall.
I did a word search for us.
Okay, thank you.
Question? Nothing from me. I think we're good to go, General.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And on that note, we will just check, make sure we will adjourn for the day. back 9 a.m. tomorrow.
You have my sympathies. It's been a long day.